Hey Matt, can you hear me? Matt, I don't.
All right. It's been a while. War Room, board game by Larry Harris.
Matt. Hey Matt, where can we see the stream game? Is it going to be recorded somewhere and then put on YouTube, or what's your plan for this? All right, cool. So you can't hear any of us. Only your commentary will be in the. the stream at, I guess.
All right. Looks like we'll be doing the Europe scenario with 4 players. So that means 1 player will be playing as Germany, Italy. The remaining players will be United
Yeah,
States,
okay. So I just
Britain, and
mentioned to the
Russia.
players that if they press C, they can transmit in Steam, and then what they say will be part of the stream and Twitch.
All right. So yes, 1 player Germany, Italy. Remaining players USA, Russia, Britain. Just getting started here. If I find the time, I will edit a highlights video or something. Let's see. May as well start a prediction. All right, start a prediction. Gamble channel points if you desire. The winner of the gamble gets the other side's points that they gambled. More people participate, the larger the prize pool. Probably won't be too many that participate, might not even be any. This is the scenario I am least familiar with in terms of amount of play sessions that I've done. So commentary should be interesting. Some things I always look out for when dealing with the scenario is will Germany outbid Britain to eliminate their navy? It's a difficult question because it's an expensive option in terms of costing 4 or 5 oil usually is what the bid would be. With Britain having 5, that tends to be pretty safe. Let me pull up their. Well, they don't have their resources up yet, but it's an interesting decision. Italy, will they go for Africa, or will they deal with Russia, or will they defend France? Who's to say? There's many options here that the Axis have. Will the Germans focus on Britain more or Russia more? What will Russia do? Will they kind of just try to survive? Will they be more aggressive, taking G9, G7? America, what are they going to do? Will they try to secure the African oil, or will they try to help Russia out? This is what we call Blitz format, at least that's what I'm calling it, where all the players have only 5 minutes to decide their movements, 2 minutes for production, everything else is pretty quick as well. So this should be a pretty quick game for us. Very exciting for this type of format. You will see me use, I had camera angles set up, hold on. You will see me use several preset camera angles so that I can quickly jump to the action in each case. That should be helpful. Lots of interesting things going on here. As far as objectives, I believe the win condition is to capture Greater Germany. That one's probably obvious. But Germany has to capture 2 of the capitals. So either that include Moscow, Great Britain, and Eastern United States, of course. U1, B1, R1. Nice naming convention there. Numbering convention, I should say. So we should be getting started here soon. Looks like we'll have a 4-player game. Be interesting to see how they decide who plays who. Oh, looks like they've set up a clock for keeping track of how much time is available. We can look at the starting resources here. Without Western United States in play, America is shorter on iron than you would, or shorter on resources than you might expect. They only have 5 oil available here, so Germany can outbid them if they so choose with their 6 oil. Russia also has 6 oil, Italy with 3, Britain, US with 5. Very interesting potential oil bids at the start here. Have we started the timer yet? We have not started the timer yet. These first couple moves can be very impactful. I have found, really deciding the pace of the game. Everyone is familiar with this opening game state, so it'll be interesting to see what decisions are made. There are some odd decisions that can be made too, very complex interactions and synergies. I wonder how much we'll see of that in a Blitz game where players do not have long to communicate with their teammates. I'd almost expect the Axis to be favored here because the Allies have inherent communication problems here. All right, looks like we're deciding who is who. I believe they have decided randomly. Like we have Hamhawk on Russia. We have Wizard Beard on Britain. We have Crazy Canute Guy on United States. Sure Shot is Germany. All right. I haven't played with many of these players. I think I've played with 2 of them. I'm familiar with how Sure Shot plays a little bit, but I'm unfamiliar with the rest of them. Sure Shot I know to be a very experienced player. I'm sure the rest of them are as well, if they're playing Blitz format, where not much time is available. You can see the clock ticking down. Everyone is carefully considering their potential options here. Sure Shot, with the 2 nations being controlled, Germany and Italy having to write 15 moves. That's a big achievement in 5 minutes time. However, from my experience, oftentimes players that have to communicate and collaborate will take longer to finish their moves than one player just figuring out everything at once. Not all players have that experience, but that is something that personally I've found. Um, so we'll see what happens here. I wonder if we'll run into any situations where a player doesn't have enough time to finish all their moves and the clock finishes, and then all of a sudden, oh no, I haven't written enough yet. I made a critical misplay. Those are very exciting times. It really, I think Blitz format is really gives you the best war room experience I would expect, just with how stressful these decisions really are. This first turn, I don't know if we'll see that as much because everyone's so familiar with the starting game state. But the future turns, oh boy, the types of decisions people will have to make in such a short amount of time. It's possible that you set up traps for your opponents and try and make it so that there's a obvious situation perhaps, but then that obvious solution is actually a giant trap that you've set for them, and then since they didn't have enough time to figure out the trap, perhaps they'll make a critical misplay there. We found a reorganization on R1. Looks like Russia has separated out the bomber from the fighters. Interesting. I can see it working. As Russia on turn 1, you do have a couple movements to spare, potentially. It really depends on what strategic line you're going for. It really depends on what you think Germany is going to be doing. Optimally, you would get your bomber to somewhere like R4, R5. Uh, Optimally, we get that bomber down to R4, R5. Take a little bit of a pause there. Yeah. So what was I saying? I like putting the bomber in R4 or 5 optimally. It's within reason to defend Leningrad on turn 1. Excuse me, did I say R4 R5? That makes sense. R6 also works in that context. It denies all of the production closer to Russia. R4 denies G1 potentially. By denies, it's of course a difficult task to actually have one bomber survive when the opponent can of course just send planes to defend. But you know what I mean. G7 is a very important spot on the Eastern Front, and I've played the Eastern Front scenario many times. That G7 spot for Germany can reach pretty much the entire Russia production with the exception of R16, a very critical spot to hold. Unfortunately for Germany, it's a very difficult spot to hold. Even if you in order to actually within reason hold it, you either need to get an oil bid to rail into it to defend it, or you have to abandon Ukraine, which is a hard read. And of course Russia threatens Ukraine. The R5 stack for Russia is absolutely terrifying and stares down both Ukraine and Belarus, where you could feasibly take either of them. Who's what side? I'm commentating, Chris. Bunch of Discord Andes on either side. If I was to predict, I would say the Axis will come out ahead. But I've only played with one of the players, and I'm saying that because I know the player who's playing Axis. The other players, I'm not familiar with their playstyle, so it's hard to say. This is also Blitz format, so decisions are very quick. All of a sudden, the players have only 25 seconds to finish up writing their movements. And here, I've only talked about Russia. I haven't talked about any of the other nations involved. And who knows what's going on? Will the British Navy be sunk? what will America be doing? Are they going to focus on Africa? Are they going to focus on Germany? Are they going to try to land in France? Are they going to try to land in Russia? Stalin rules in effect, I presume. I didn't ask. Time's up. We're going to see what they did for their movements. This is very exciting. The bids. The bids are very key here. Bids will tell us what the teams are planning. At least partially. If we see an oil bid from Germany, I would expect the British Navy to be sunk. We see a 2 bid from Germany, a 0 bid from everywhere else. 2 bid is interesting. That's not usually what I expect from Sure Shot if he was actually going for the British Navy. But perhaps he recognized that Britain wouldn't actually bid in trying to stop that from happening. So perhaps Germany, recognizing that, decided to bid 2 and conserve a large portion of his oil. Notice that critically leaves 4 of his oil available, so that means he could build a carrier in production turn 1. I've been thinking about experimenting with Axis Germany building a navy in the Atlantic. I think there's huge potential there. As far as the 0 bids, we see Britain randomly got to decide to go second, which means they will be going before Italy. And now we shall see the movements. Did it break? Uh-oh. I'm not seeing movements. That's not a good sign. Or maybe I cannot see a spectator. We're going to take a 2-minute break. We'll be right back. All right, commentary is back. We have a lot of moves that happen. What's happened? Germany moved into Finland and Ukraine. All right, sure, that makes sense. Belarus was left wide open. Russia did not punish. Russia decided to stack in R5. We'll have battles later with them, I guess. They also defended R6, defending that. Completely abandoned R4. If either Germany had attacked R4 or Russia attacked G7, would have been some pretty easy captures here. Looks like all the sides are playing pretty conservative on that front. But we do see Germany partially attacking the British Navy in a very odd way that I didn't expect. A6 is very much favored towards the Allies. A7 is awkward. To be determined how that goes. What else did Britain do? Britain, classic M3. Classic naval battle M3. Alright, sure. Couple air stacks in there to support it. Italy stacks going to G4. Would have been a potential recapture on G7 had Russia taken that. If Russia had gone for my sneaky strategy of M4, which I did not mention, but it's a very interesting one, G5 would have been at threat here, making this a much more pressured situation for Germany. Let's see what we have for America, stacking up in B29, obviously going for an A3, planes in A2 obviously landing in B1. We have combats. I believe my camera angles were reset from the reload, so I'm going to quickly grab them back, or at least a couple of them. We have a combat in, this is A7 I believe. Yes, A7 combat. And we also have A6 combat. They're resolving both of them at once. A7. Will Germany sink the British battleship? An excellent question. How much will Britain sink in response? Decent amount, looks like. Will he get lucky? Oh my goodness, he got ridiculously lucky. Holy cow. That was disgusting. I'm disgusted by that. Everyone who's watching, you just saw what happened. You just saw what happened. 2 reds on 3 dice. Disgusting. Actually, there's a black in there too, wasn't there? Revolting. Decent roll. This battle's not favored for Germany. Not entirely sure what they're planning on this one. Perhaps anticipating Britain to move their navy to A7. Of course, was no chance that that British battleship was sunk, and they'll keep a decent-sized navy left in A6. Just the German submarines in A7 remaining. Annoying, but manageable. Just finishing up resolution on A6. We have a submarine that escaped to A2 from the A7 battle. Just going to hang out there, potentially preventing the United States from doing what they want. They're going to have to bring in some navy to support those movements once we get there. Probably having M3 happen next. M3 is a very critical battle if Britain seeks to defend Egypt. Both sides ready. 22 dice for 7. Definitely favored for Italy with that giant air force. If Britain can shoot down some of these planes, that would help out a significant amount. They shoot down a pretty good amount. Not sure. 2 dice remaining. I would have been very tempted to kill the bomber there instead. Did not matter. Alright. I think that was a slight misplay, arguably. Maybe. I'll have to think about that more. Ooh, that was a great roll for Britain. Only the battleship survives. Will the carrier survive for Britain? That's the key here. With 3 dice remaining, it should be pretty safe. Black should always go on the escorts here. Otherwise, oh, I suppose, yeah, that was a misplay. The black should have gone on the escorts because the white would have killed the cruiser regardless. Was not directly punished for it. Lucky for him. But that was... He would have taken one more hit on the green. Would have been a hard punish. You have a convoy raid on A-17. Hit a resource. Not insignificant. Landing the planes. I don't think we should see anything too unexpected here. There may have been a convoy raid on A5 that I missed. Let's see if... Oh yes, Germany took 4 resources off of convoy raids. That's pretty significant. I'm going to add up for a decent amount of stress there. Britain lost all of the cruisers on the board. British Navy's having a hard time. We will soon see how much stress we've accumulated here. Alright, I think we got most of the camera angles reset now. I'd be very surprised to see the American planes not land in B1. They did do it in proper turn order, in case that would have affected decisions but in any way. What's noticeable here is the German Air Force did not move, it seems. I would have liked to see those move to help out in taking out the British Navy, because now there's a battleship left to deal with. And the entire Russian Navy, which is not much, but worth noting. Would have both probably been dead had taken the opportunity. Instead, we took a more defensive line this time, which is fine as well. Setting up to take out Leningrad next turn very easily. Also Karelia. Not much that the Russians can do to stop that. R5 stack. It's too critical. They have to do too many things at once. See, are we getting any efficiency stacks here? Looks like it. See, Germany reorg into not having some rainbow stacks. Want to avoid those rainbow stacks when it's efficient to do so. Not going to get punished by force advantage. Efficiency stack on 22. 1 armor. Another reorg. Lots of reorgs going on. Russian Navy, or excuse me, Russia Air Force. Most of the fighters are together in the same territory. R5, very key. Do we have any bombers in range of any factories? No, absolutely none. Interesting. German bombers did not move. Russia bomber did not move. Only bombers within factories are American. Threatening Greater Germany. Britain did threshold. Did not see how many unit costs we lost. But apparently Britain took a full 4 stress. Germany took 3, Italy 1. So all in all, equal stress between the two sides. 3 and 1 versus 4. But the 4 matters because of the threshold. 3 resources a turn, quite significant. Going into production. One of the resources Germany lost from the convoy raid was one of their oil. In fact, they took 4 resources on convoy raids, right? That's actually the full amount of those 3 resources and the one here. It's pretty unlucky for them. Somewhat punished for, well, I wouldn't say punished for moving out of A5, because otherwise they would have just died from the air stacks threatening them. That kind of forced their hand there. I think I'd say we're in a pretty even state so far. But losing the oil in Germany has gotta hurt. As far as the resources, that puts Axis at 6 oil this turn for production versus the Allies 16. Huge difference. Axis have 15 iron. Allies have 19. Still advantage. Axis have 23 OSR. Allies have 39? No, excuse me, 29. Still advantage there. Of course, that's not quite accurate to say by itself. USA being 3 turns away from everything pretty much. So all that is delayed value. There wasn't any gain or loss of territories yet. So there is concern about the Allies outvaluing them over time. Axis really need to make some things happen here. We're going to be taking Karelia and Leningrad probably. I have to imagine both of those will occur. I would really like to see Germany get a bomber in G7. I guess he was planning on abandoning G7, but then G6 should have been the bomber. If that were the case, Russia really cannot produce the big deal. See the production? Germany building a very tall land stack of infantry and artillery. 1 fighter. Alright, makes sense. Britain building a couple fighters, sure. And a nice little small stack there. Russia building 3 tanks, 4 infantry. Too much to put in Moscow, but a nice stack regardless. Very spending all their resources, I'm sure, pretty much. Yep. Besides the oil, of course. If Russia wants to spend all their oil here, they would have had to build an air force. They don't have enough iron to support anything else. That's why I often like taking G7. Besides the positional advantage, we see Italy build land stacks. All right, it makes sense. They do have a decent naval advantage in the Mediterranean currently. Allies can't do much against that for another couple turns. And we see America build land stack and a few bombers. Ooh, I think we're anticipating a bomb G1, G3 strategically, removing the production over time. And hopefully, Great Britain will not fall. Hopefully. Russia production was very spread out. Wanting to get as close to the territory as possible. R5, I disagree with. By placing production R5, it means you are required by law to defend it, basically, which is possible. It's reasonable to do so. But the point is, it's telegraphs. Now I know that Russia has to defend R5. They cannot afford to have that production be stolen. Same goes for the production G6. Same sort of issue, where it means they have to defend G6. Now that's an easier task. There are a lot of German stacks in G4 to be able to do so. Russia defending R5, not so trivial. They have plenty of infantry stacks to do it, so I suppose that's the way they plan to defend it. We got 5 there, 4 there. They can both move into R5. That's 9. Require 18 yellows to eliminate. That's reasonable. Sure. But it's questionable. You know, in order to actually do that, in order to actually justify that, that move is very much telegraphed now, and Germany should expect those 2 stacks, or at least should expect either those 2 stacks to move into R5 to defend, or some of the R5 stacks have to stay there now. Required. The Germany stacks do make sense where they are, because the strategic bombing potential from America and Britain on B1 has completely cut off French and Greater German production options. So that makes a whole lot of sense where that production landed. And in that context, G6 was required, because this can of course produce 4. This can produce 4. So therefore the 3 had to go there. How does this game work? It is... Go ahead and look at that Kickstarter there, and that will tell you a lot about the mechanics here. It's World War II simulation, so of course it's Axis versus Allies. This is the Europe scenario, where we have Germany plus Italy versus Russia, Britain, and America. All these different command stacks represent different commands with different units. Right now we are in round 2. The players are determining their hidden movements to try to predict what will the opponent do and what do I want to do in response. These are all pretty experienced players, so we're doing what I like to call Blitz format, where all players only have 5 minutes to make the decisions, which is a very small amount of time for how many decisions there are to make here. The mechanics overall are relatively simple for games in this genre, where different unit types can move different ways, and those are all pretty easily explained. I'm not going to take the time to do so now, but you can do so in your own time. Thank you, Colezo, for the follow. Hope you're enjoying the stream. What was I saying? Oh, yes. So the mechanics are relatively simple. 5 minutes of total, 5 minutes for one decision. 5 minutes for all decisions in this phase. Thank you, Spooky Zadi, for the follow. 5 minutes in total for all the decisions in this phase, which are the movement decisions. Each nation. Actually, let me stop myself there. Each nation has an amount of moves they are allowed to do on a turn. So you cannot move every single piece on the board. Notice this counts as a stack, this counts as a stack, this counts as a stack. Each one of those would cost a full movement to move, and each of them can move a certain amount of spaces. Germany has only 9 movements, so you notice they have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Significantly more than 9 stacks on the board. There's even some down here. They can only move about half their pieces right now. There's very difficult decisions involved there. Which pieces are the most important to move? Where is the most important place to move them? Who is winning? Round 1 has ended. Round 2 is starting. Still too early to say. The combats, the amount of losses were relatively even between the two sides. So it's still too soon to say who was winning at this point. My initial prediction before anyone moved was that the Axis, Germany and Italy, would win. I said that because I'm familiar with the player who's playing them. I'm not familiar with the other players. I'm guessing they're about equal skill level, but I happen to know one of the players. So that's why I'm predicting who will win. But after that first round, I might change my mind. Russia is looking in a very tough position here. Notice these territories do not have much defending them. So Germany is, of course, threatening to take those territories. And they're, of course, threatening over here as well. And there's very large stacks threatening Russia. Am I playing or just watching? Watching and commentating is what I'm doing today. Commentating during a Blitz game while playing it would be a disaster because communication with your teammates is very key here. We have 4 different players playing. 3 of them are on the side of the Allies, 1 playing US, 1 playing Russia, 1 playing Britain. The other player is on the side of the Axis, playing Germany plus Italy. Normally that would be 2 players, but we only had 4 players today, so he's doing that as 1. But that's okay because Germany and Italy are relatively easy to think about together as one nation, sort of. Yeah, very interesting things going on. As I go around the map here, these square command stacks are land units. These circles are air units, and these hexagonal shapes are navy units. Keep that in mind. Their 5 minutes are up. It goes very quick. Africa, nothing's happening there. There isn't much there yet. Things will happen here most certainly soon because there's plenty of territories that are worth a lot of resources here. We see the oil bids. Each turn, each nation has an oil bid. They have all bid 0, so it will be randomly decided who can choose whether they want to go first or last because all the movements were written at the same time, but maybe one side would prefer to go first and resolve their movements first so that the other side can potentially cancel what they were going to do. Alternatively, if you go first, you might be able to stop your opponent from doing what they want to do. So there's very interesting strategies there. In this case, no one bid oil. So in theory, no one had too much priority on what turn order they wanted in theory. In practice, we'll see if they got what they were looking for. All right, we got movements here. Britain moving 6 to A3, moving their navy. They are moving the 75th to B8. That is in Africa, moving that small stack there. We see the British production ended up in South Africa, so they definitely intend to defend Egypt if they can. British Navy moving A15, maybe planning on taking back the Mediterranean. Who knows? We'll see what they have planned for that. 13 moving to M2. If they're uncontested there, perhaps they will be able to hit a few convoys. Also helps them defend Egypt later, moving their other air force into A15, potentially going to help Egypt as well later. Italy is the next movement, moving the 11th to M3, trying to sink that British carrier. We see the 112th moving to Egypt, attacking there. Certainly they'll be moving more there as well. We will find out. We see the 115th moving to defend Ukraine, the 114th moving to defend France, and the 113th also moving into Egypt. America's moves, these go by very quick, so we'll talk about them more in a bit, I suppose. The first is moving into A2, trying to catch that German submarine. All right, I think that was kind of expected because most certainly Germany would they'd like to get those units to actually be able to move. However, they purposefully decide to pin themselves here, catching these German submarines because the Navy moves 1-2 spaces and they pin themselves. So if they move into A7 first, they'll be purposefully pinned and they will attack the third stack instead of the second. We'll see how they dealt with the second, just to see if they ended up moving their land stacks off of Canada. It looks like they're contemplating this decision further. Decided to go with A2 instead. A reasonable decision. Alright, let's see where their Air Force goes. 13 to A3. Defending A3. Which means we will likely see the American land stacks moving to A3 to start invading into Norway and Finland. 12th goes to A15. That would anticipate that they are planning to bomb the Italian production. That's very exciting there. What else do we have? 27A3. That is the land stack threatening Norway and Finland. And we saw 82 to A15 threatening French Morocco. Very exciting moves all around. We see a lot of moves with multiple intentions behind them. We see one move into A2. They purposely pinned themselves in A7. In fact, that was required. That was no, they could have moved it to A3. Purposely pinned themselves so they can try to take out the German Navy there. They are defending R5 further, as we expected. The production there means they are required to defend R5, otherwise things go terribly wrong. We see the 34th and the 66th all move into R5 as we expected. Does anything move out of R5 is the question. Difficult question to answer. Let's see. So we see the 66 move into R5. 26 is that tank stack. They're going to be moving into R6, trying to make sure that we don't lose the Caucasus. R6 contains 2 oil production, so that's a very important territory. We see the 58th move into R7. Volga. Alright. And the 29th moves into R1. Alright. They'll be planning on combining with those production stacks later. We see the 11th planning on moving to R1. He's already there. An interesting choice of movements. 40 to R4. As expected, we are taking Leningrad. 12 to A7, attacking defending, attacking the Russian fleet, defending the German fleet. What else do we see? We see defense of Belarus. Some conservative moves from Germany here. Question is, will we see 55 move? I don't think we will. We're seeing Air Force going down into M3, making sure to sink that carrier. More Air Force going to A7. It was a trap the whole time. They're going to be losing that Russian Navy there. Alright, it was a trap. You see the Britain carrier deciding where he wants to go. Ukraine and Belarus were very well defended. Russia had no chance to take either of them. I don't think they intended to anyways. Alright, we'll get into combat here very shortly, which is of course the exciting part that everyone loves. Alright, what will be the first combat? I forgot to mention, the German stack moving into Egypt. This is the battle for Egypt right here. We see there is an advantage towards the Axis here to try to take Egypt, but it's not guaranteed. There's a decent amount of units on both sides. Quite likely it'll become embattled. We'll find out. We see the British infantry go on the offensive. A decent start for the roll. He elects to attack the German units first. Has the option here to hit the German tank, potentially eliminating that in his last batch of dice. Let's see how good of a roll the Axis get. Lots of greens going around. We're seeing lots of greens, but not much blue or yellow. They do have the option to eliminate both tanks. Will he take? He has 6 more dice remaining. I'd be tempted by taking the artillery. I see he's tempted by that as well. It's that 6th tank. That's an important thing to take out. Ooh, a very nice roll for Britain. Eliminate another tank and artillery on 4 dice. Very good result. We see the infantry taken out. And we see an artillery taken out. Britain does hold. but was expensive. Decent, slightly favored towards Germany in terms of the amount of casualties. Only difference: one extra artillery loss versus an extra tank. Fortunate rolls for Germany. It was a favorite battle for Germany and Italy. Britain will hold though, for now. Next battle going on. The battle for the Mediterranean Sea, most certainly in favor of the Axis with the Air Force versus one carrier. We should very easily expect that carrier to be sunk here. But will they be able to take out a decent amount of the Air Force at the same time? We'll find out. What battle do we have going on at once? We have American Navy versus German submarine. Not very exciting. Let's stay here. We see Britain taking out a fighter and a resource. Now, will they sink the cruiser? Or the carrier, excuse me. Battleship will, of course, survive. That was no doubt there. Easy kill on the carrier. To be expected. Did get to take out a fighter. Did the Americans sink the German submarine? Looks like they did. To be expected. Alright, what's next? We see R4. Garrison force there. Did not get lucky to kill the free unit. Still have M2. We still have A-15 convoys. A-15 convoys going on right now. Attacking the German resources. Hitting quite a few resources here with quite a few planes and ships. They have to decide whether they want to attack the French resources of OSR Iron or the French Moroccan. I don't quite agree with this decision. I think it would have been very easy to take those resources without the extra units, and they perhaps could have also hit the French Moroccan resources. A slight min-max decision there. He decided to secure these resources and ignore these. Let's see what we have. Any battles going on? It was M2 convoy raid. They are deciding which convoy to attack. Looks like they decided the German Iron. Did not hit it, unfortunately. And finally, we have Russian Navy suffering severely against the German Air Force, most certainly going to sink it. But will they be able to kill a couple submarines in retaliation? We do see Russia cost Germany a resource. Lucky result. How many ships will they kill? 2 submarines. Alright. A decent result for Russia, but they will most certainly pay for their crimes. Relatively even there. Alright, landing of planes. Then we will see the morale. Interesting turn all around. We see the Mediterranean be cleared. We see the hopeful defense of Egypt. You see the German Air Force be able to reorganize, and they will be threatening to bomb Great Britain now. Very threatening. But the American Air Force is there to defend it. So we'll see what happens. Where will the American bomber land? Will they land in Gibraltar? Planning to take or hold Malta, I should say, and start bombing T1, Italy. Looks like they will. They're going to stick to the plan. Bomb Italy. Make it no longer a country. No longer part of this game once you eliminate all that production. German Air Force, in contrast, will land in G11, French Morocco, potentially defending against those bombers. The Allies will have to do something about that. You see the German bombers debating between Norway and Finland. Norway threatens Great Britain. Finland threatens some of the Russian production. I think Norway is the easier choice there. But at the same time, it is being threatened. Americans will most certainly take Norway next turn if they so desire. Very soon here, we'll be producing the new units. See these units be activated onto the board. What are the resources looking like after this turn? No oil was spent, so all the nations are pretty rich on oil. How's it going, Green? Been a long time. Welcome to the war room. Alright, new units activated. Looking very scary for Russia here. I'm doing well, Green. Thanks for asking. Alright. One problem that Germany has is France and Greater Germany have been left wide open. Something to keep in mind for the Allies. If Germany's sleeping on that, Allies could decide instead of taking Norway, let's move that American stack to A6 or A15, and thereby threaten France or French Morocco. Looks like we have to do a reload here. Means I'll have to reset my cameras, unfortunately. Yep, alright. In a second as I reset my camera angles here. Alright. Everyone has placed their production. Lots of defensive plays all around. Personally, I like to see more aggressive lines. Only territory that's been captured is Leningrad, R4, after round 2. Egypt was invaded, but it is currently embattled. So maybe... I don't think Britain will be able to hold it, but they'll certainly put up a fight and potentially take it back later with the African attacks that are coming up. Also with the British Navy that is staring down that Italian battleship. We go to morale. Who took the most stress? This is often a determining, an easy way to see who is winning currently. Russia took 3 stress from territory this turn. That's a significant amount. Germany takes 2 from units. Britain takes 1, so not a significant amount of stress going around. Still only Britain that has reached the first threshold for penalties, losing 3 resources a turn, which is a significant amount for Britain, as they do not have much to spare. Moving into production, all the nations are deciding what they want to produce. I'll take this opportunity to finish my pork chop. I don't know what I want to see the nations produce here. Difficult question. Russia is still left with no bombers staring them down. They can still produce wherever they want. But with only 6 iron, isn't much they can do. I thought to myself, whether it'd be better for Germany to take Karelia instead of Leningrad. I decided no. I think Germany made the correct decision here with Leningrad because America could have taken back Karelia very easily. But it would have prevented 1 iron production from Russia, which means in a future turn, being next turn, they would have not had enough iron to produce anything relevant, denying them a full armor in terms of tempo. Would have been interesting. I could see it going both ways. I agree with Leningrad, but I definitely like Karelia too. Leningrad does threaten Bryansk R5. So that's very important as well. Everything's kind of threatening R5 this coming turn. Anything or everything could try to invade into there, which of course is the route to Moscow. All of the Russian armor is in R6 pretty much. That's going to be important to defend R5. They could move that into R5 and then therefore defend it. They will hold R5 for at least one turn, if not three. But eventually it will fall. Moscow will be at risk. Americans need to come in and save everybody here, as is usual with the World War II strategy games. 45 seconds left on production. I'd like to see Germany produce things in G1 this turn. Friends against France. They can't produce things in France because of the bombers. But G1 is completely safe from bombers right now. And it makes sure that the 27th and A3 doesn't move into A15 and threaten France or A6. Hydrates. We'll do that in a second. After I finish my pork chop, alright, Green? Production! We see Britain produce a decently sized stack. I imagine some of that's going to be going to Africa. I'm correct. The other two to Great Britain. Italy stacks going to Italy, of course. Producing an Air Force. Germany stack, as predicted, goes to G1 for the most part. Too many units to outproduce a G1 though. Where will the remaining stacks go? Green, thank you for the 65 bits, much appreciated. Very much appreciated. Russia producing a large air force. About all they can efficiently produce with the amount of oil to iron proportions they have. Germany not building many tanks. Mostly artillery infantry. Suppose they already have a decent amount. Not building a navy either. Going for that air force advantage. Russia counters with even a larger air force being produced. We're going to see how long Russia can survive. Germany is definitely focusing on them right now, but are they doing it fast enough? Will America come in too soon and cause significant problems for them? Hard to say. Still, let's look at the stress. Remember that Britain had already taken 4, so that would be 5, 3, 8 stress total. Germany, Italy has taken 5 stress total. So, from that perspective, Germany, Italy is currently winning, but that's a very narrow perspective. Very hard to say from the current situation. It's very important that Britain is thresholded, but it's not game losing. It's still very easily anyone's game based on predictions made. Going into round 3. Movement. I did redeem the hydrate, by the way. Didn't mention it, but there it is, green. Round 3 movement. Lots of interesting things can happen here. What's interesting? We see, I've seen Sure do this a lot. He loves artillery stacks. He absolutely loves them. No, it's artillery stack, artillery stack, artillery stack, artillery stack, artillery stack. All of them are mono blue stacks. Think about mono blue stacks. Very hard to use an air force to take them out because it feels very inefficient. We see a reorganization of B5 that is in Egypt. They are most certainly planning on taking the Middle East. Since Britain does not have enough units to pin them, it is guaranteed that someone will be able to take B16. Question is, will they give it to Italy, or will they take it for Germany? I expect it to be given to Italy, because of the 2 infantry stack. That is the most efficient stack to take an empty territory. But we'll see. Do something productive. We'll do that, Green. I have been doing that outside of the redemptions, but yes, we will redeem those off stream. Thank you for those redemptions, Green. We're seeing reorgs in G7. That's a very large efficiency stack. When I talk about efficiency stacks, we're talking about we have one of a specific unit and a large proportion of another unit. The idea is, when you're rolling the dice, after you've rolled the 1 die to kill the 1 infantry, the rest of the yellow dice will be completely wasted. We see him change it further, making another artillery stack. He definitely loves those. He loves the artillery stacks, and he loves the armor infantry stacks, like separating it into those categories. Very interesting. All these German artillery staring down the Russian. In Russia, we also have efficiency stacks, but it's actually the complete opposite kind. We have infantry stacks with 1 artillery, infantry stack with 1 armor, and all of that. It'll be very interesting to see where these expect to go. There's very difficult decisions surrounding this area right here. All these stacks here, all these stacks here, all these stacks here. They could all threaten R5. They could threaten R6. They could threaten R3, R2. At the same time, we could threaten Belarus. We could threaten Leningrad. We could threaten Ukraine. All of those are possible. If the opponent predicts wrong and tries to make a brave move and it gets punished, things could turn around very quickly. That'd be very bad for Germany, because Germany has been throwing a lot of resources, a lot of men at Russia, trying to take them out, trying to take Moscow, one of the objectives. They haven't gotten very far yet. It's round 3. They've taken Leningrad. Very important territory, but we need to take more than that. We gotta get that resource advantage. We gotta start denying the production. American stacks are coming in. They're staring Germany down. We're probably going to be taking Norway this turn. Who knows? We could be threatening France. I don't like it if America decides to go A15 instead. I don't think that would be correct. I think it's too slow. I think we need to start causing German stress. We take Norway, that puts them at risk of thresholding this turn. In fact, it will most certainly happen. I want to make sure that happens for the Allies, if I'm the Allies here. Britain will most certainly lose Egypt, Middle East this turn. Not good for them. But they can come back. They just will not have many resources to work with. America's going to need to do a lot of work here in this European scenario. As far as resource advantage, we see a very large amount of OSR from Germany. Wow. Germany could start producing civilian goods if they wanted. Surprised they didn't do it last turn with as much OSR as they had. We see so much iron and OSR from Germany as they built a decently sized air force in their production. Remember, the current plan of the Allies appears to be denying Italian production. If we can shoot this factory down, which has a decent size, there's 6 smokestacks there, so we're going to need some good rolls. But once we get there, it is very difficult for Italy to come back in this game. They'll have to take the African production if they actually want to be able to use their resources. All of their resources will go completely to waste once that production is gone. Time's up for movements. Looks like Sure Shot was still reorganizing things, so I wonder if he completed everything he needed to. Might be a disaster for the Axis if they didn't finish writing their movements. We'll find out. Lots of decisions. Did anyone bid oil? USA bid 1. They want to make sure they went before anyone who bid 0. Will they decide to go first or last? A difficult decision. They decide to go last. They want to see what Germany will do first. Britain, randomly picked next, decides to go last. Germany, randomly picked next. Will they want to go before or after Russia? They also want to go last. Everyone bid 0 wanted to go last, it would seem, except for USA, they bid 1. Russia decides they want to go last. Italy ends up going first. We see, as I accurately predicted, the Italy stack moving into B16, guaranteeing that they will take the Middle East. Thus, we saw some very fancy moves preventing that. Perhaps an Air Force attack. We see Italy move into R5. They definitely plan on attacking that. We see the 108 move into France. They plan on defending that. 11th moving into B5, attacking Egypt. 1 moving into M1. Potentially pinning one of the British ships. Russia's moves. 12 moving into R2. An odd move in my opinion. I suppose the idea here is that they do not want to be farmed by the German anti-air. So they're going to regroup in R2 and try to avoid the majority of the battle. That seems to be the intention here. It'll mean that if Germany overcommitted an air force, which they haven't moved much of yet, they might have some difficulties. They might have excessive dice. Did I hydrate? Yes, I did. They might have some difficulties in that they will have many more than 30 dice. I mean, a lot of their moves are wasted. However, they decide no. Oh, they're rethinking it. They're rethinking it. Do they want to move into R2 or not? It's a difficult question. I'm not sure. R2 is a nice defensive position. The difficulty here is Russia has to defend both R2 and R5. If either of them falls, they will be at risk of losing Moscow. 98 moves into R5. Rethinking that move as well. Very difficult decision here for Russia. 94 moving to R6. He wants to defend the Russian oil. Wonder what he's thinking here. He knows that the Italians have moved into R5, but what else does he anticipate? What else is going to move in there? Hard to say. How many units did the Italians move in? 7. Russia could keep a lot of this stuff alive. 23rd moves into R1. You can tell that Russia also wanted to go last, in that they were planning on defending whichever territory Sure Shot focused on. But now they're left with the very difficult decision where they don't know where the Germans are going. 11 to M3. Attacking convoy there. Germans. Russia's committed to the moves that they have done. R6 looks very well defended. Rest of it, not so sure. R2 looks questionable. R5 looks questionable. Was Sure Shot attacked? He has thrown everything at R5. '61st. Wow, that is a lot of tanks moving into R5. How many is that? That's 5 tanks there. Plus 3 is 8. Plus 2 is 10. Plus 2 is 12 tanks. Absolutely ridiculous. And notice here, these efficiency stacks, there's only 1 artillery out of all of the German units and Italian units. So any of the blues rolled beyond 2 will be complete misses. Sure Shot has assembled an efficiency stack, an efficiency battle in R5. Russians are certain to suffer for it, although they have something similar. They have only 1 armor, and only 2 artillery, and the rest are infantry, so they have something similar, but it's questionable. The 86th move to G1. They are planning on defending France, just in case. Britain does not write very much. They're moving the Africa stack. They're moving the British stack into M2. Attacking the convoy. We do not see the 9th move. Interesting. The 9th will stay where it is for now. Alright. Not completely sure how I feel about that. Not sure how I feel about 11th to A15. Could have potentially threatened the M1. Of course, no convoys there. 27 G10 as expected, taking Norway. 11A2 threatening strategic bombing on Greater Germany and France eventually. 13 G10, very much unnecessary, but they will get to stay there. There's a nice position. If only they had moved 13 into A3. That would have been a big move there, preventing the German bombers from taking that battleship out. Probably still won't take the battleship out. Odd move from Germany, 11 to A3. Alright, combat. We also have a convoy raid there. Let's see what combat we are resolving first. Italy's pick. Lots of minor convoy raids here and there. There is Egypt. We are seeing Egypt first. This is very much Britain is going to fall here. They will be losing Egypt. Italy lost 1 iron from convoy raid in M3. That is significant. Lucky result for Russia. Four dice versus the air. Ended up killing a plane. Can't complain about that. That's about the best you could hope for. British will, of course, suffer a terrible death. It only costs Italy 1 resource. Which matters, but not really. Egypt is captured. Convoy raid in A15. Germany loses 1 iron, 1 OSR, and 1 OSR. Those are pretty significant. That's a lot of stress adding up here. You can't ignore that. What else do we have going on? Decision here whether they want to give Egypt to Germany or Italy. America, of course, takes Norway. Give it to Egypt to Germany. Middle East goes to Italy. Britain is suffering this turn. And the dreaded R5 battle. Look at this efficiency stack right here. We see full defensive army for Sure Shot, 30 dice. and the 1 artillery to make sure that he keeps the efficiency. Very well thought out stack from Sure Shot here. We see a comparable efficiency stack from Russia with the 1 armor and artilleries. Same sort of idea with the defensive infantry. R5 is going to be a battle that happens for a long time. Looking for mostly yellows and greens here, which is exactly what Russia achieved. Yellows and greens. Very good roll for them to start out here. We're going to be attacking the German infantry. The mod is very confused now. Something has broken. There are too many infantry stacked up. Everything has gone terribly wrong. Convoy raid in A7. Germans got lucky and hit an OSR with the 1 submarine. Very sad for Britain here. Hopefully, not broken here. Might be broken. You see 1 tank fall. Notice how, with the efficiency stack that Sure Shot has assembled, all of those blues will be misses. Not pre-recorded. It just happened to flow directly into the statement I was making. Very unlucky roll for Russia on the 2nd time around. Ooh, bad roll for Sure Shot. Bad roll for Germany. See what we get left. Not a good roll. Not a good roll. Only get 1 there. And get 2 there. Alright. So overall, Russia losing slightly more, as expected. Russia being left with basically only infantry left. Not good. Not good at all. Italy losing OSR from the convoy raid. Lots of convoy raids going on here. Notice Germany lost 3 resources. Italy lost 2. Britain lost 1 from convoys. Rest of it, land battles. Not very many. US did lose an infantry on the garrison force. Britain will certainly be suffering here. Lucky for them, they are at 7 and not 8, so they will not double threshold here. They'll end up in the yellow. No port advantage. They will not end up in supply lines disrupted. That would be absolutely devastating. I'm disappointed in Britain that they didn't decide to move, or they didn't even write orders to finish out their 6 movements they have available. Now the question is, will Britain be able to take back Egypt with the stacks that they are producing? Oh, we see the mod has broken again. Tabletop Simulator is a bit unstable with scripting, as you can all see. It happens sometimes. They will probably end up reloading here to make sure that everything happens properly. They will resolve that one manually. Americans have landed in Europe with the invasion of Norway. See what they can turn that into. American land stacks being produced and coming in. American bombers being produced and coming in. Germans. Lots of artillery. Not many tanks being produced, but really, they haven't lost many yet. They still have a lot on the board. Russian Air Force looking very impressive. Russian stacks in R6 looking very impressive. Russian stacks R5, all infantry. Need to get some artillery and armor in there to actually make that work out. Real question. How many units do we have here in Russia? 4, 6, 8. Plus 6 is 14. 14 versus 6. 6. 6. And 6. Wow. All 6 stacks. 6 by 4 is 24. Ooh. They could invade Moscow next turn if they so chose. Russia will need to work to prevent that. We see stress being resolved. Russia takes 1. Germany takes 2. Britain suffers. Germany thresholds. First threshold matters. Not significantly, but doesn't matter. We are reaching the about 1 hour, a bit over the 1 hour point into the game. Nearing the end of round 3, we just have production left to go. And of course like Italy has forgotten to press done. And of course we can watch as Britain suffers more, moving into no rail port advantage. Rails do matter because they have the Africa stack, so it'll delay them by a full turn before that armor can start defending or taking back Egypt. Moving into production. Italy, not looking so good. Britain, surprisingly, their production this turn doesn't look that bad in terms of resources. Russia, looking scary because the German bombers are now threatening R1. So all of a sudden, Russia's options are dwindling. Germans, lots of OSR, lots of iron. Americans, not as many resources as you would want. Spent in iron. I mean, they spent oil. But for oil. OSR, some iron. They can't win by themselves. Germany has a very large production. I think Allies' plan of taking out Italy's production here needs to start coming into effect. I ask myself, where are the Allied bombers that are meant to take out Italy production? Is that still a plan that we're going to go after? I don't know. Maybe it was never the plan. Maybe it was all just a bait. Who knows? See what we produce. Defensive stack for Russia. Hopefully it doesn't get bombed. German. There's the tanks. Look at those German tanks being produced. Beautiful. Also some civilian goods. Very important. Britain. More Air Force. Allies like their Air Force this game. Americans. Couple Air Force. A relevant stack. Not terrifying, but relevant. Italians. Not much to say. Italians are relevant, but don't produce much. Not at this point. Not with all these convoy raids that have been going on. They've been losing far too many resources for that. But now that they have 2 oil from the Middle East, and soon another oil from Iran, assuming Russia doesn't help defend it, not looking good for Britain. They will soon have a very small amount of oil on the board. Ah yes, there's the War Room Kickstarter link for you. If you're interested further in this game, it is currently on its 2nd edition Kickstarter, basically a reprint. If you're interested in what's going on here. This mod is on Tabletop Simulator, that's correct. Yes, this is the automated mod created by Jim. And it's available on Tabletop Simulator today. Well, it's been available for a while, but yes, you can go on Tabletop Simulator right now and play this yourself if you want. Try it out. Try out the different scenarios. This is the Europe scenario made for 5 players. We're playing with 4. There's also the Pacific scenario made for 3, Eastern Front scenario made for 2, and of course, what everyone loves, the global scenario, the entire map made for 6 players. We see the Russian tanks being sent to R16. I suppose Russia feels confident about not going into the yellow zone this turn here. I wouldn't be so confident. I'm kind of worried about that. I think Russia needs to bid some oil here if they want to prevent Moscow. They do have the oil to do so. So that will be fine. We see reorganizations happening in R5 for Germany. Trying to set up more efficiency stacks, no doubt. I could teach you how to play if you want sometime, Spooky. Best to learn with the Eastern Front scenario, which is just Germany versus Russia. If you want to do that sometime, just go ahead and message me on Twitch and we can organize a time probably. And we can try that out. It's a relatively easy game to learn mechanically, but strategically is extremely complex. With the aspects of hidden movement and trying to predict what your opponents will do. Gotta do another reload. Unfortunate. Means I have to reset my cameras again. The mod is slightly unstable. It's important to know that. Alright, I reset my cameras. Could I organize a tutorial session? Absolutely. How about both Spooky and Colezo, both of you message me, whisper me here on Twitch, and we will set up a learning session where both of you will face off against each other, and then it won't be me versus one of you, because that wouldn't be fair, of course. 2 new players versus each other. That's the way to do it. Go ahead and send me a message on Twitch, just a whisper, and along with the whisper, provide your time zone so that we can plan around that, as well as probably the best time that works for you. Moving into round 4, 6 minutes on the clock. Full minute has already passed. Movement's being decided, very exciting. Resource advantage, definitely towards Germany right now. Lots of resources in Germany, lots of oil even. Thanks to taking Egypt. Even Italy has oil, thanks to taking the Middle East. It's looking scary. Now, we could get to a point here where Germany starts producing a navy. They could produce a navy in R4 this coming turn. Risky, because they'd have to take back Norway to activate it. France is where they would want to produce something. But France is, of course, at threats of being bombed. Italy could definitely afford a navy, though. Only they had iron. They start taking some African territories, they can perhaps get that. We really need to see the British Air Force down in this area and the American Air Force really need to start participating in this game. They need to start making some things happen. R5. Will R5 fall this turn? I will say that it will not if the Russians can get this armor into R5. It will be defended. If they can't, things are looking scary. They're looking very scary in that situation. Moscow is at risk. Germany can get some units into Moscow if they go first. Will Germany go first? Russia does have a very slight oil advantage. An oil bid could be critical here if either side wants to go for prediction on the oil bid. A very brave prediction. Very difficult prediction. Very difficult decisions here. Mechanically simple, but strategically difficult. Whichever side bids more will get to decide whether they want to go first or last. The player who goes first here will get to decide what's going to happen here. Will they defend R5? Will they try to defend Moscow instead? Maybe R5 is a lost cause. Who knows? What's going on in France and Greater Germany? Big German stack staring down Great Britain. Sure shot's looking for lethal. It would seem it like it. I might be tempted as Germany this turn to move that giant stack into A6. It looks risky because, of course, the Americans and the Britons, they have a navy, and Germany doesn't have one, except for the one submarine, which who cares? But Germany has an oil advantage, and the German Air Force, can a German Air Force reach there? They can. The 11th can reach there. So they can defend it. And it's not likely, very hard thing to say in this game, not likely that the opponent will hard predict that. A6 is a very risky move, which would be unusual for Sure Shot to do, knowing his playstyle. I know he likes to play a bit more conservative. I actually expect the French units, if they're going anywhere, I wouldn't expect it to be A6. I'd actually expect it to be M2, which I disagree with if he does that. But it's a possibility. I think he'd like to keep Africa. He's very well defending French Morocco right now, in the same way that Britain is very well defending Gibraltar. But something has to happen here. We need to make things start happening. If things go as they are, who will win? Hard to say. I wonder what each side thinks about that. Personally, I think Germany's in a very good position here. And once they take out Russia, one less threat to deal with, and if things keep stalemating like this, might not be looking good for the Allies. Britain is in a very tough spot with stress. Russia's in a very tough spot with all the German stacks staring them down. They can survive for a long time, but not forever. America needs to participate. Time's up. Sides must end their writing of movements as their 6 minutes are up in this Blitz format. We will find out what decisions were made and if any terrible blunders have been made. Ooh, we see some oil bids. Germany bid 1, Italy bid 1, Russia bid 3. Russia decides to go first. I expected that. Question is, why did Germany and Italy bid 1? They both want to go last. Interesting. '94 moves into R1 by rail. Making sure to defend Moscow. Moscow is secured. Moscow will not fall this turn. 58 moving to R5, securing force advantage. 21 moving into B17, defending Iran. 74 moving into R7, providing more opportunities next turn. 57 moving into B17. It looks like Russia anticipates that Germany will not attack R6. Are they correct in that prediction? A very difficult question to answer. They decide to cancel 57 to B-17. They do not want to abandon R6, the Caucasus, quite yet. There is the risk that Germany would attack it. Britain moving into B9, trying to move those African stacks up. Very difficult task right now with the rails being disabled. 15 moving into French Morocco, taking out the German Air Force, hopefully. 12 moving into A15, more convoy raids. 53 moving into A3, threatening Finland. Taking a look at America. 15 to A2, moving those bombers into position. I'm very surprised we didn't see we're not seeing any movements from the British units in Canada. They have not yet moved this game. Are we sure that the British player realizes that he has Canadian units? Does anyone know? I don't know. He hasn't moved them. They could be threatening Finland just like the A3 stacks, but they are currently where they are at. I would at the very least like to see the 90th move to B29, get some efficiency stack in there. Just to let us know that they in fact do know that they do exist. Let's see, we see Americans moving into Finland, to be expected. American bomber stack threatening convoy raids on A5. Allies have been very much focused on convoy raids this game. We're going to see if that pays out for them. They've certainly gotten a lot of them. Been the source of a decent amount of stress. Americans moving into French Morocco. I agree with this move. I think it is a very strong move. Not only causing a lot of stress, but threatening a decent amount of German resources. One oil, one OSR. Later, another oil. Italians. 109 to G3. Still defending France. Allies have not even considered making an attempt to try to take France. Will they cancel? They're questioning this move, it would seem. Oh, there we go. Looks like he was just away for a moment. Still plans on doing it. 11 to G11. Looks like he anticipated the French-Moroccan move. 112 retreats to Egypt. 115 threatens R1. He can do so if he so chooses. Force advantage will be even if he wants. Good thing for Russia that they defended it. Would have been an absolute disaster to lose Moscow this turn. Not only would that have caused a significant amount of stress, but also that production of 3 armor, 1 infantry, critically important. Russia needs to buy as much time as possible. Highly debating this move. Decides to go for it. 115, R1. Currently favored to Moscow. We'll see what else he plans on sending in there. The 108th to M2. I did predict this move. I said I kind of expect him to move into M2 to try to secure Africa. I don't agree with the move, but there he has done it. What will Germany be doing? 72, Ukraine. 49, Ukraine. Those are both expected moves. 56 moves into R5. Making sure to try to secure R5, throwing as much in there as possible. No more worried about efficiency. Now it's just worried about taking. I want R5, he says. I'm going to move everything in there that I can. 38 moves into R5. 37. Threatening R1. That shows why he moved everything into R5, because now we can move those guys into R1 since they are no longer pinned. Threatening a lot. 33 threatens R1. How much can he move if he decides to do that? Russia has 8, 14, 17 units in there. There are apparently 17 units here. 6, 11, more than 17. They can move all of those in there. Lots of units into R5. Not many artillery though. In fact, no artillery. So both sides will have equal force advantage. Russian armor plus artillery versus German Italy armor plus infantry. Seen a lot of mono stacking going on. 61st moves to G3, making sure to defend France. Also threatening Britain at some point. Did not go for the brave move of A6. Notice, had he done so, Britain would have been wide open for the taking. Not saying it would have been correct. I'm just saying it was an option. I understand the disadvantages for doing such a move. But it would have completely wiped Britain out of this game. Would have been a triple threshold. They'd been mass desertion. They're out. They're out of the game. And Russia stood out of the game as well. Actually would have secured lethal. He probably intends on securing lethal next turn. First battle. This is R1. 30 dice on Sure Shot. 30 dice on Russia. Really no decisions here. 10 dice to roll against the Russian Air Force. How many planes will he kill? He will kill a grand total of 1 plane. Alright, we're looking for greens and yellows here for Russia. A decent amount. A good start. Good start. What Russia really does not want to see are the blues and the reds. Those are unlucky. Looks like we're starting the battle on French Morocco at the same time. We see lots of yellows for Germany. That's unlucky. Russia has no infantry in this battle. Lots of yellows for Russia. This is a very lucky result. This is exactly what Russia is looking for, to slow down the German progression. Will we see more yellows? Not good. We do kill another tank as Germany. Ooh, that's not what Russia wants to see. Too many blues. Blues are bad. They only killed 1 unit in that entire batch of 10 days. That was the last batch. Final batch for Germany. Yellows again. Did get all the artillery though. Overall, about even, realistically speaking. Let's see, French Morocco. Air Force versus land units. Larger Air Force for Germany and Italy. However, the land units will make it so that they can capture the territory. They are actually guaranteed to capture the territory here because the Germans, Italy, did not put anything on ground. Did we get any convoy raids? Germany lost 1 iron, 1 OSR from convoy raid on A15. 1 iron, 1 OSR, 1 oil from convoy raid on A5. That's 5 resources total on convoy raids. Alright, overall, equal losses, but America will take the territory. We have Battle of R5. Looks like some big losses for Germany. How many dice does Russia have remaining? Ooh, I'm not sure I completely agree with Russia's choices there. They only have 1 die remaining. They're trying to secure another kill, but they could have secured it now. Bit greedy of them. They do not get punished. It ended up being correct, but the fact that that's correct, I believe they only gained 1 resource from that. I only saw a brief glimpse of what was happening, but I'm questioning it. Big losses for Germany. After both those battles, ooh, it's looking like Germany lost slightly more. That's pretty good for Russia. Things are going well. Better than I expected. Moscow's in danger. Very much so. R5 is held. Again. And Moscow will hold for some amount of time. What we see? Finland. The final battle here. Did I miss any convoy raids? Did not. They gave the medal to Britain. See a couple losses from America. But nothing significant. They too take Finland. Alright. This is a big swing turn for the Allies. Excellent movement by them. Excellent oil bits. Taking French Morocco. Taking Finland. Holding Moscow. Holding Bryansk. Even defending Iran. And threatening the Middle East. Many good things are happening here. But Moscow is still in danger. And the Germans will start overflowing into R12, R11, taking away the Russian resources. Americans will start flooding into Finland and then into Leningrad. Germans threatening Great Britain here if America's not careful. This is the ending stages of round 4. I'll be very interested to see how the morale turns out at the end of this round. Just landing the planes here. Lots of American Air Force sitting in Finland, threatening Greater Germany, threatening Poland, Slovakia, threatening Belarus. The amount of places that Germany can produce is dwindling down. The amount of units available to help defend Russia is growing. All of a sudden, Germany has to be careful. They are all out of solid in Russia. They have not taken Moscow by round 4. It's possible to do in round 2 if things go terrible. That requires a miracle, of course, but I've done it. Going into round 5, we have invaded Moscow, but it's not going to fall here for several more turns. We did not strategic bomb it. Did not have enough movements to be able to do so. I would have liked to see some better stack efficiency from Shershah in this game. Lots of units here, just sitting around, not doing very much. I feel like there might have been some opportunities previously. Do some better things with that. Americans staring down the African territories of Algeria, Tunisia, Libya. Russians staring down the Middle East, trying to get Britain back into the game. Britain also staring down Egypt with their African stacks. Developing an air force in South Africa, very smart, because anything else would be too slow. Developing an air force in Great Britain. Deploying the new units. I'm still very disappointed to see that the Canada stacks have not moved. What is going on with Britain and Canada? Why has not, at the very least, the 90th moved to B29? Makes me wonder slightly if the Britain player is a bit more inexperienced. Because I feel like a lot of the time he had extra movements available. And not to say that there were movements that he missed necessarily, but to say there were opportunities where he could have written something and then canceled it. Writing with intent to cancel is one of the things that you learn when you have too many movements. Because you never know what your opponents might do. If they go first, and you wrote with intent to cancel, conditions might change. You might find out you want to move. There was a round this game where the Germans moved all their bombers to A3 and the British battleship was sitting there by itself. If that was sunk, that would have been a huge loss. At the same time, it probably would have still been correct for him to not move it. Otherwise, he would have attacked the American convoy. But something to consider. Sometimes, if you have the extra movements, you may as well write them. At the very least, 90 to B29 should have been written. I don't see much reason for that stack to stay there. Wow. How much stress do we take? Lots of stress. 4 stress for Germany. Huge cost. Russia only took 2. Definitely a favorable turn for the Allies. Excellent rolls in the Russia battles. Germany will be hitting the 2nd threshold, which is a significant deal. It means they will not have the rails to get back to defend France if that becomes necessary. Russia will hit the 1st threshold. Britain has not yet hit the threshold. I have to reset my cameras again because they reloaded the mod again. A classic. Alright. Spending medals? Or not? Oh, those German artillery stacks in G3 are scaring me. At least they've advanced to the yellow zone. So it's less threatening now than it was previously. But they are very clearly threatening to take Great Britain. I think they intend to do it on the same turn that Moscow falls. That's the plan. Allies should anticipate that. They should be very aware of it and do everything in their power to prevent it. Production. What are the resources looking like? German oil's down. They spent some. Russian oil's doing alright. But they lost the iron. That iron loss from embattled Bryansk means they can't build as many tanks as they would like to. Britain. Really suffering without that oil. Otherwise doing decent. Americans? Doing okay. Italy. Looking pretty rich with that oil. We'll find out if Russia's able to take back the Middle East next turn. I'd like to point out how many German units are in Moscow. We got 7 plus 6 plus 1, 14. There are only 8 units defending. There are armor, so Moscow will not fall. But Germany can very easily with 3 movements, or Italy, take R12, R11, and R8, which are 6 resources and 6 stress. Production. Russia builds a decent stack. Nice force advantage stack, nice balance. Britain kind of looks similar, built in Great Britain. No bombers threatening it, so may as well. America. Again, nice balanced stack, nice air force, sure. Italy. Air force, balanced stack. Germany, balanced stack. Everyone kind of having very similar production at the same time. All of them kind of thinking the same thing. We need that force advantage. What's looking really good for the Allies right now are these America stacks right here. These Air Force stacks threatening a lot. Still anyone's game very easily. Very close game all around going into round 5. No clear person ahead. We look at the total stress. Britain has threshold twice, that's worth 8. Russia once, that's worth 5, so 13. Plus 1, 14. Plus 3, 17. 17 stress total, minus 1, 16, approximately. Germany, threshold twice. We're 6 each, 12. Plus 4, 16. Minus 4, 12. Stress-wise, Allies are suffering a bit more. In terms of suffering is happening with Britain, Russia though. America, they'll have to do whatever they want. They're taking advantage of that. No pressure. No Navy threatening them. British Navy, still pretty healthy. German Navy, not so much. Fair question. Britain has not defeated the A7 British submarine. I feel like he had many opportunities to do so. He had the movements available as well. Hard to say. It's difficult to just be... I'm not... Whenever I make a comment like that, it's not within the context of, I think Britain has misplayed. It's within the context of, there's an opportunity here. Germany could potentially counter it. Right now, not really. You know, there's no German Air Force nearby to defend it. We could just clear it. Otherwise, if we don't clear it, it threatens A9, A11 if it really wants to, which is annoying. I think but that's not actually Germany's plan. Germany plans to use that submarine at some point to try to secure A6 or A7 and take Great Britain. They're looking for lethal. They can take Moscow. That can happen. Can they take Great Britain at the same time? They should be able to. Assuming the American Air Force doesn't come in. Writing movements for round 5. 1 minute already passed. This time goes real quick. Very difficult decisions all around. I'm going to take back what I said about the 108th to M2. I think the Germans have a sufficient amount of land stacks to be able to deal with Great Britain. Enough to the point that it can't be taken back in one turn. So in that context, the 108 to M2 makes a lot of sense, even though it's a slow play. It can always land in Libya. It will actually land in Algeria, most likely, preventing that American stack from causing more problems. in that context, it makes a lot of sense. Is it necessary? Probably not. The idea is we're going to have lethal a couple turns with Germany anyways. But it prevents an out. We defend Algeria, we're in good shape. Take back French Morocco, we're in better shape. All of a sudden, US is producing the same amount of oil as Germany, but more iron. Iron's looking kind of thin for Germany right now. After the capture of Finland and Norway, iron is a very significant resource. Short on iron, things not looking good. Like Russia, for example, can't produce what they were looking for. Only thing you can really produce is Air Force, which only get you so far. See Germany spread out their armies. They fully intend to capture a bunch of territories here. Or it's a bait. Maybe this will still stay in Moscow. Moscow will hold. Germany can't feasibly bomb it, thanks to the air stacks there. Very good prevention of strategic bombing all around. America threatening Leningrad. Lots of decisions here going on. When will Germany attempt to take Great Britain? They have to at some point. Ooh, that wasn't supposed to happen. German production in G4. Where's the other German production? Ah, yes, France. D3. Not that intimidating in terms of production. Britain has much more production than I would have anticipated with how much they've been suffering this game. I think it's feasible that Britain will be able to take back Egypt. Reorg on G3. The Italy stack split up. Very interesting. Wonder where they're going. Could they possibly be doing something crazy? Such as, well, M2 is probably likely, right? Threatening B4. Threatening M1, threatening B3. Quite possible. Alternatively, something crazy. Such as A7. Not likely. Not conservative enough for Germany. If the production wasn't in Great Britain, then that'd be interesting. Time's up. Time to reveal what's going to happen on this turn. Russia's playing stacks in R6 was very interesting. Not entirely sure what they intend to do with that. They can't rail anywhere. Efficiency stack into R5, I suppose. 0 bids for everyone except for Russia, who bid 5. Russia could afford to bid 5. They don't have the iron to support their oil anyways. The oil is completely useless. Russia intends to go first, I presume? Correct. Italy picked randomly next. Italy intends to go last. Britain randomly picked next. Britain intends to go last. America, before or after Germany? Or excuse me, after Germany. Germany seemed kind of disappointed that if you hesitate just a little bit. 21, B16, threatening, middle, take back Middle East. 11, B16, supporting that. Not sure what they're pinging. 29, R5, getting that efficiency stat going. 74, R1. 14, B16. 57, R7. So 94 did not move. Alexa cancel 57 R7. Roll to move with intent to cancel. 3 did go into A9. Look at that. Didn't think he'd do it, but he did it. 48 moves to G6. 49 moves to R5. He definitely wants to take R5. It's been there way too long. 38 gets moved to R1 as a result. Seven, 13, yeah. I think he was 1 off. I'm not going to call it out. 84 moves forward. Oh, did you realize? Oh, okay. It was a 5 plus 7, 12, 3, 5, 13. Not a significant change, but one of these artillery should be over here, technically speaking. Let's see what do we got over here. 86 moves into T1. 11 moves into R7. Strap bombing? Maybe. 91 moves into G1. Interesting moves all around. 15 moving into R5. With not many artillery to defend that, that's looking pretty nice. 1 moving into A7. Finally decided that he wanted to catch that German submarine, and he finally left. Bad timing. Hilarious timing, but bad timing. German submarine had been sitting there for a long time. Sure Shot finally had the extra moves that he felt like he wanted to move it. Debating whether or not he actually wants to move to R7, A7 now. Ooh, is this unfortunate? 31, A9. Oh, a shame. are countered by the submarine that I said Britain should kill several turns ago. Unfortunate. If only the submarine hadn't been there, 31 could have moved in 89 and start threatening France. Now we're delayed America by another turn. Real shame. What's Britain doing? We'll find out. We're moving 9 to A6. Again, trying to catch that submarine, but it's not there anymore. 36 move to B8. Moving everything to B8. 13, A15. Convoy raid, sure. 108 moves into Algeria, as expected. 111 M2. Probably going to be taking him also there. 115. R12. Wants to take the Urals. More oil for Italy. 13. G12. War defense for Algeria. Not falling anytime soon. 114. G1. Besides, G1 is a more favorable territory to defend. 110. Into R7. He can do that if he so chooses. He will. That will be 4 Russian territories following this turn, at least. Significant losses for Russia. Really unfortunate for the Allies that they couldn't prevent this. Or didn't prevent, I should say. They could have. We see R11 being taken. Don't lose track of the stress now. R8 taken. That was 3 stress there. 1 stress there. Next one is R4. Taken back. 3 stress there for Germany. 1 resource. Italy. Italy did A15. Or there was a convoy raid in A15. Germany lost an iron. Middle East. That's a strat bomb it. Try to hit a Italian oil. They do. Got one. Will they get another? They will not. Russia will liberate the Middle East. Strat bombing to eliminate resources for Germany. Also eliminate the factory while they're at it. Not quite what they want to do, but it has been done. If it's ever captured back, it's less useful. Alright, that'll be another 2 stress for Russia. They give it to Italy. Unfortunate for Italy, that factory isn't worth anything anymore. Slightly punished for strat bombing. Resource. Convoy raid against America. 1 OSR. Excuse me, 3 OSR. I forgot how these ones work. My mistake. Big losses. Alright, what else we got? R5 is the battle they're looking for. See how long it takes them to realize that that's America's battle. There we go. They got it. Alright. Bombers. Efficiency stack. Versus not much for Germany. Italy, of course, takes the Urals. Did not take garrison force. All of a sudden, R5's looking not too good for Germany. They're thinking about going offensive. Facing off against 30 dice. These American bombers causing a lot of problems all of a sudden. Full offensive is what they're thinking. Which of course feels really bad. I don't disagree. Alright. No air dice, we're just going to get going. We see not many yellows. Not a good start. Not a good start. Need those yellows for Germany. Russia is also looking for yellows. They won't need as many. And that's an excellent start for Russia. You should, of course, hit the infantry here. The artillery is dead anyways. Germany appears to be drastically losing this battle. More yellows, that's what they're looking for. Decent hits all around. Should expect the Germans be eliminated here. Almost. Pretty bad roll for Russia, but luckily for them, Germany went on the offensive. Ooh, not what you want to see for Germany. Not a good roll. Getting only 3. Finishing off the Germans in R5. Russia will hold. But at what cost? Germany has taken all of the back territories of Russia. What good is R5? R1, the remaining battle. Russia will hold this. 30 dice versus 13. Ooh, also not looking good for Germany. Russia surprisingly coming out ahead here on these battles. He should not put that on offensive. Well, no, he's correct. He's correct because it's going to die anyways. And if any of the planes die, then it's correct. Just to secure the 30 dice. He does secure 30 dice. Ooh, blues is exactly what he was looking for. That was a perfect roll. Absolutely perfect. I don't think he missed a single one there. Really good start for Russia. Germany did not get a good roll to air. Did they get a good roll to ground? No, not great. Only 3 units killed. Lots of waste. Killed another armor. You get anything else for Germany? Oh, not good. And we killed the final German tank. Only artillery left for Germany. All of a sudden, Russia is holding. Germany threw absolutely everything at Russia, and Russia's holding. That's not good. Russia's going to be taking a significant amount of stress this turn. Just look at their stress stack for territories. 9 stress there. Actually less than I expected. I expected much more than that. But apparently they're doing okay. What that means is that will trigger Stalin rule, which means that the Americans will be able to land in Russia if they so choose. Germans, not very good at all. I mean, look at the casualties. Britain lost nothing, of course, because they didn't do any battles, but look at those German casualties. Lost more of every unit hit to Russia. Air Force advantage, taking over here. The entire Axis Air Force, sitting in Africa, defending it. All of a sudden, Russia's held. And now, Russia should, potentially, be able to take their territories back. They're causing problems, yeah, but this isn't looking good for Germany all of a sudden. I think they overextended. I would have much preferred to see them go for lethal and focus R1 and threaten Great Britain than to go for this crazy nonsense. Not to say that this was the incorrect line. They got some pretty unlucky rolls. But I just prefer to go for lethal. I feel like if you delay the game longer, you give the opponent more opportunities for things to go wrong. All of a sudden, Russia dice looking pretty good. Stress is going to be pretty big here. Britain is staring down Egypt. Russia staring down Egypt. Soon they're going to be in some serious trouble. Germany's all of a sudden nowhere close to threatening Great Britain. They had several opportunities previous turns, nowhere near any opportunities now. Except for the 14th stack. The 14th stack is within range. 13 as well. We have to do another reload. Unfortunate. Moving to the 2-hour mark of this game. Nearing the end. Set my cameras again. We're about to see morale. I'll be very interested to see how this is going. Everyone's just deploying their units. Not looking good for Germany. They have a lot of medals. That's important. And they did deal a lot of stress to Russia. But not enough to double threshold. They really need the double here. If they would have gotten the double, then they could have prevented a lot of things from happening. Does Russia still have tanks on R-16? I guess they were looking at that previously and decided not to. I missed that. America stacks. Looking pretty scary. Deal with the German submarine. And all of a sudden, America's doing some serious work. Germany can't hold them back. Russia's causing too many problems. Germany's taking 3 stress worth of casualties. Just barely. It's a big deal. Italy also took a significant amount of stress. Germany prevents the threshold. But they can't prevent the second. That'll be 3rd threshold for Germany. That could be game losing. That's actually game losing. Allies are all of a sudden very far ahead. After those last couple turns, things have gone very wrong. Russia is held without much help. Just with help from the USA Air Force on R5. That was the only actual help. I think the Germans were too slow. They threw everything at Russia, pretty much. We're going to see if they call it. But Germans moving into supply lines disrupted. How many stacks do they have on the board? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. 17 stacks on the board? Only 3 movements to do it. Oh, am I wrong? I'm wrong. My mistake. Germans avoid it barely. Excuse me. They're not quite at supply lines disrupted. I looked at their amount wrong. For some reason I thought they had 6 left. Down to 5. Alright. They're going to need to do something. They need to make things happen. America's caused problems. All of a sudden, America's staring you down, and you haven't eliminated Russia yet. Not even remotely close to eliminating Russia. They're only in supply lines disrupted. They'll need a significant amount more stress. I think this highlights some of the issues with efficiency stacking. After the first round of it, which is really good, to maintain it is a challenge. And things have gone wrong. Now that he had to maintain it. When you're not right next to your production, like Russia was able to maintain the efficiency stacks pretty well. Germany, on the other hand, they had to continue forward and push. They weren't able to maintain it, and all of a sudden, He ended up with a 14 versus 30 battle. That's no good. You lose too much from that. Mono stacking seems to be a better defensive play than offensive. Offensive, I don't agree with it. Finishing up production here. Resource advantage. Russia's suffering for resources. But as far as units on the board, they're not doing too bad. Well, the German units are off in France. Here come more German units, though. Oh, that's not actually that intimidating of stacks. It's only 4 land units and 2 Air Force. And 2 civilian goods, which are necessary to keep him from hitting the supply lines disrupted, which will most certainly be his downfall. American stack looking very scary. 8 full units. Britain stack 5 units. Italian stack 4 units. Russia stack, they even got 3 units. Barely. We're gonna start seeing some America stacks come in here. They're gonna come into play. I want to see the Canada stacks do something. Come on, Britain. Come on, you got Canada. I think they forgot. They have to have forgotten. Allies definitely seem to have map control at this point. Germany has extended into the east side of Russia. But is there anything actually of value over there? They got most of the value territories now. The rest isn't worth very much. Can't actually do much with it. It might actually just cause some stress. Alright, as far as economy goes though, that OSR production in Germany, it'll keep them alive. What scares me right now for Germany, Belarus is in danger. G7, such an important territory. Where'd the German production go? France, only place it can go. Everything else was at risk of being bombed. American 7 bomber stack staring down the rest of the German production. Take G7, things looking very spicy. Take G8, things looking very spicy. Take G8 as America right now, if that's possible. Then all of a sudden, you threaten the entire production of the entire Axis with 7 bombers. That might just be GG. Egypt looks in jeopardy. Germany looks in jeopardy. Only one really suffering here all of a sudden is Russia. Britain has stabilized. Somehow. After things going so terribly, Britain has stabilized. I feel like there's an opportunity to eliminate Britain from the game. We could have accomplished mass desertions had we taken B1. We might not have held it. We could have taken it. Time's on the clock to make these difficult decisions. Germany needs to find a net way out of this one. Their artillery stacks sure look intimidating, but all of a sudden, they're out of position. They can't get into position. There's no way you can take Moscow at this point. Moscow will always hold. Several turns away from even considering it. I would have thought that Germany sent enough units. But all of a sudden, R5, R1, both of them were unfavorable battles. What happened? Efficiency stacks. They got removed. Kill the efficiency, you kill the stack. Maybe there were different movements that could have solved it. In such a short time frame of 6 minutes for movements, efficiency stacks are very difficult to actually calculate out. Time to calculate out the exact 30 dice. Very difficult task. Italy has a lot of oil, though. What if the Italians and the Germans start building a navy? Prevent the American stacks from becoming a problem. It's possible. I don't think it's gonna be fast enough, though. If he wants to go for it, he'd have to commit to this turn. What does Russia have to do at this point? How many units are in Moscow? There are 3 artillery, and that is it. Well, in that case, most certainly, Russia intends to efficiency stack, force advantage, those 3 stacks. These 3 stacks will most certainly take those. This will defend this. All of a sudden, not looking good. Germany can't threaten G6 because, or Germany can't threaten R6 because of force advantage. Efficiency monostacking has gone wrong. You're out of position. You can't do it out of position. One thing that's going right now, Algeria is holding. What that's actually doing is preventing this air force from solving problems. Problem being the American bomber stack. That's a big problem for Germany right now, and they need to solve it. They need to predict where that stack is going and catch it. Catching that stack is a very difficult task. If I was America, I'd put in the least predictable spot possible, just to make sure that it doesn't get caught. Which time left since time? 5 seconds. Holy cow. I wouldn't have been able to make the decisions this quick. Way too many difficult decisions. Bids. Russia bid 5 because they could afford to do so. Germany bid 1, US 1. Germany wins the tiebreaker, they go last. What does America want to do? Maybe they want to go before Germany. Interesting. Why did Germany want to go after America? Maybe they're planning A7. That'd be a joke. That's a joke. That's a joke. Not happening. Possible. Not happening. Essentially what's happened is, due to conservative play, neither Britain nor Russia fell to a point of irrelevance, and now both of them are a problem. 14 to R9. Ooh. That's an interesting one. 74, as expected. 94, 98. We're going to take back R7 as Russia. All of a sudden, Russia's going to be taking back basically all the territories. Italy. They decide it's time to threaten French Morocco. They probably can take it. And 10. 10 is pinned. That will have moved into R6. I bet the German stack was planning on moving there too. Might still do that. 1 M3. 13 M3. Gotta take back the Middle East. Did not have enough movements to move the 111th. Which is unfortunate because they cancelled one due to pinning. 53 R4. 28 B6. 6. They're threatening Egypt next turn. Probably will take it back. 32. A15. Threatening France and French Morocco. 12 defending that. 9 defending that. Germany. Now's your chance, Germany. Did you move to A6? E10 for America. Trying to deal with that pesky submarine that they could have dealt with on turn 3, 4. Questioning whether or not he wants to do it. There is a possibility that Germany got really brave and wrote 91 to A6. If that possibility is true, there is in principle a scenario where Britain, of course, can't outbid Germany. So Germany would guarantee land in B1. That's to continue. It's going to leave the battleship, of course, to deal with submarine. It pins itself. What's we moving? 50 is moving in. Expect 31 to move in too. You do not have enough movements for it. So that's 35 is more important. 27 as well. R5. Yeah, it makes sense. Germany could, in theory, take it. 15. Where's this move? G6. Ooh, I see. 13 also moves to G6. I was considering this movement as I was looking at America's potential moves. Very tempting line. Germany predicted. 91 was moving to G8. It's worried about Baltic states being taken. 12 moved to G11. Trying to take back French Morocco. 22 defends G7. 37 defends G7. Very well read by the Allies. And neither of those spots could adequately be taken. Of course, air stacks threatening G6 were completely wasting their time, except for strap bombing, due to everyone moving. 13. Looks like French Morocco will fall. Theory. Alright. A15, another, again, proving to be an excellent spot with those convoy raids. See what battle we do first here. Decides to do R12. Tank, infantry versus tank, 2 tanks. Very interesting combat. I'd like to see Russia keep the infantry on defensive, because you want to make sure maintain force advantage. course, you won't kill anything. Ah, I was wrong. You got the 2 yellows. Hindsight is 20/20. Italy's pick. G11 is the pick. Very interesting battle. If Germany succeeds in this, they'll take it back, which is important. But Britain will take it afterwards. Which means Britain's swing turn is next turn. Germany lost an eye from convoy raid in 815. Proving those convoy raids very effective. Not sure I completely agree with the armor on offensive here. Feels pretty bad without force advantage. I'd much rather try to hold the territory. Because most certainly he has to keep some of his fighters on the air. And therefore, probably all of them. Looks like he agrees. Defensive on the armor. 10 dice against the air. Should be able to deal some damage. What will Germany decide here? Infantry goes offensive. To be expected. Against 6 dice, it's likely to die. See, part of them go on the ground. It's always dangerous. You go 50-50. Because you'll just kill the ground ones first. Italian go on the ground. So I had those options. Artillery on the ground makes sense. 23 the dice is plenty. Besides, killing the Air Force is more important. 8 dice versus what he has. Kills a fighter. Not very much. Ooh, much better roll for Germany. He kills 3 fighters in the first 10. Ground battle. Kill and damage. Not very good. Excellent roll for Germany. He takes it anyways. There, those are the rolls he's looking for. Lost almost nothing, took the territory, killed a bunch of stuff. Medal goes to Germany, I presume. Yep. America picks a battle. A6 or A9 are the options. There's no possibility this goes incorrectly for America. Their only hope is to kill the submarine. Battleship will never die. Did not kill the submarine. Alright, nothing happens. That's the convoy though. It's very important. Caucasus. R6. This is extremely favored. Most certain to succeed for Germany. Getting those very much needed favorable battles on this turn. Last couple turns have been absolute disasters. Full offensive makes sense. They're certain to die on the 30 dice anyways. Air drive did not matter. Will he kill the bomber? Got 30 dice to do it. It should happen. Yep, of course it will. Russia bomber finally dead. Will he kill a tank? He will not. Infantry should very easily die here. It would require a miracle for them not to. Died on the first 10, as expected. Free capture of R6 for Germany. They lost nothing from that. Absolutely nothing. That's what you like to see. Those are the kind of battles you're looking for. Russia versus Germany. We just had one like this. It's a very interesting battle. Almost got him. And again, killed the infantry. Wow. He's going very well for Germany. Everything is going well for Germany all of a sudden. Still anyone's game, probably. I still say Allies favored, because the United States are staring Germany down a lot. All of a sudden, looking scary. Russia should be able to take back. Well, since Italy went defensive, they're only going to lose 1 infantry. How much does Italy get to kill in exchange? 2 resources. 2 resources for Russia is a lot, though, because they only have a couple resources to spare. In fact, they have no resources to spare. Technically favored. Actually, it's literally even battle. Alright, strategic bombing in Ukraine. Is the only thing left. 7 strat bombers. Ukraine is no longer going to be a territory. Germany is most certainly losing all the resources here and taking all those bomb tokens. In fact, perfect roll on the first one. Yep, looks like he does want the bomb tokens. Only 1 bomb token so far. They're pretty hard to hit. There's another one. How many more do we have left? Oh well, there they are. That's all of them. Alright. Ukraine no longer has a factory. Very much overkill on that. He was of course looking to kill the units in that territory. They happen to all be moving. Good predictions from Germany this turn. This one's much more favored for Russia. He decides enough is enough. We're putting this tank on offensive. We gotta get rid of these tanks. They're causing problems after the last 2 battles went unfavorably. Didn't even get 1. Disaster. Absolute disaster. They lose their own tank. Holy cow. Poor Russia. Oh, all of a sudden things were looking so good for them, and then unfavorable battle, unfavorable. Can't kill these German and Italian tanks. They're going to keep marching forward. R1. R1 should be most certainly in favor of Russia. Absolutely. 29 dice versus 3. No chance in the world that R1 doesn't hold. Kill the fighter. Yes, these guys will be most certainly dead. Nothing in exchange. Just the fighter. Good trade for Russia. They controlled the game again. Overall, that was a dicey turn for Russia. Not really anything favorable. Can't kill these German tanks. Britain lost their fighters. Lots of Air Force loss compared to the Germans. Not good for the Allies after round 6 here. All of a sudden, Germany's looking in an okay position again. German air stacks in R6. Pretty scary. Very good predictions by Germany that turn. Next turn. Egypt looks to be in trouble. Not much that Germany can do about that. They can defend Belarus though. And also threaten Moscow's production. Britain had extra moves the previous turns too. This tank is just staying in South Africa. I think Britain's running out of time each time. It seems like they don't have enough time to do their moves in this Blitz format. We even see the Eastern Canada Air Force still sitting there. Morale. I don't think we should see any thresholds here. So no change in that. But these resource penalties are adding up. Only one for Russia. None for anyone else. Could have been much worse. No thresholds all around. Germany's actually going to get to reverse threshold now if they want. They could spend 6. Start using their rails again. It's actually a big deal. They do it. Germany's back in the blue zone. They've recovered. Very well calculated out. Russia for resources is really suffering. There will be effectively no Russia production here. 3 iron and 1 OSR. Which makes me wonder if they spent the correct 3 resources. You have to wonder that. Because they certainly have more than 3 production, so in theory this should be down 1, this should be up 1. They could build a artillery infantry. Now they can just build artillery. Missed out. Minor misplays here and there. Oh, excuse me. That wouldn't be. My math was incorrect there. I was 1 OSR off, regardless. So I guess he was correct. Because, of course, you'll build the artillery. Thank you for the redemptions of Do Something Productive Green. Much appreciated. Going into round 7 here soon. Finishing up their production. Britain and America taking a decent amount of time to think about it. German oil suffering. I'm disappointed to see that the 31st stack didn't find time to move. Germans are lacking a little bit in iron for what they should be. They have enough to build 4 tanks. He made the decision pretty quickly. I wouldn't be surprised to see if that's why he built 4 tanks and a bunch of infantry / civilian goods. After the favorable Air Force battles, don't feel bad about that. Air Force comparable with American Air Force. 4 tanks, civilian goods, Germany. Nice stacks for America. Nice tall stacks. Very tall stack for Britain too. 3 tanks. Italians building an Air Force. Russia building essentially nothing. Just trying to stabilize here for Russia. which they're close to doing. They're very close to stabilizing. Now that now that Germany has access to their rails again, things are looking kind of scary. We weren't able to deal enough stress to Germany to prevent that. One more stress wouldn't have happened. Better placement of American Air Force could have done that. But I don't blame the American Air Force. I was also thinking about G6. It's pretty much going where expected. Alright, going into round 7. And another reload, alright. Set my cameras. Round 7. How are the resources looking? Germany has a lot of oil. That means they can do whatever they want. Pretty much. They took all of the Russian oil. So all of a sudden, oil advantage, control of the game. It's relevant. 1 and 2 OSR. Keep producing those civilian goods. Get out of the stress. Stabilize. Despite Russia coming back from the brim. It just goes to show you. Proper predictions are everything. Germany's predictions on the turn were spot on. Very difficult task, with only 6 minutes to think about it. United States predictions, not great. Russia's predictions, not great. See what happens here. Germany still has the difficult task of actually eliminating someone from the game, because Russia's still causing a ton of problems. You gotta eliminate them. Reorganizing. France stacks. Makes me wonder about Sea Lion. But no navy to support it. Do they have an air force to support it? No. Except for 13, 14. What do we expect Germany to do here? I'd be very surprised to see R7. Defend G6 perhaps. Take B17 perhaps. They have the oil advantage, they can do whatever they want. Take Leningrad. Take R5. R5 is bad. R5 is bad because of the Air Force. Much for an Air Force staring you down. Still 7 stack of bombers. Is there a possibility of taking French Morocco this turn as the allies? Scary Air Force, 6 fighters to 3. He saw that he was about to reorganize the air stacks there. but then realized, oh, those are different nations. The timer will get to you like that. Only 6 minutes on the clock. Trying to frantically make these decisions. Very difficult. Very difficult. Look at the resources again. Upon taking back the Middle East, Italy's oil isn't looking so great. They got some great advantages out of it with the Air Force. Usually they're trying to deal with the Air Force in America. But soon here, about 3 turns away, America's land stacks are coming in. Big problem. A lot of empty territories sitting around. If allies could just push through. Germans, on the other hand, don't have much to go to. They can start taking over R13 and places like that, but it doesn't actually gain you that much. And it risks the garrison force. You get the garrison force there, it's a disaster. And it takes a lot of movements. Even though these battles went awful for Russia, it's actually preventing a lot. How much time left on the clock? 40 seconds. Very difficult decisions all around. Germany, after their few devastating turns, all of a sudden, seemingly coming back. Always feels really good when you reverse threshold. Of course, they're very close to thresholding again, but they can prevent that. Lots of Air Force all around. Time's up. Two oil bid for Britain, 2 oil bid for Italy, 1-1 for US Germany. What's the plan here? Italy gets randomly picked first. First or last? They will go first. Britain. Second. US randomly picked before Germany. First or last. Last. Oh, they're rethinking it. Yep, last. Germany. Like Germany likes to go before or after Russia. With such an impactful oil advantage, they spend 1. So clearly they don't intend to do something incredibly crazy. They just want to pick before Russia, and they want to go after Russia. Alright. 113, B5, defending Egypt. 111, G12, defending Algeria. Supporting French Morocco. 1M1. 11, A15. Denying the convoy raids. 109, G8. By rail. 14, A15. Ooh, attacking that British Navy. 20, okay, Britain. 28, B5, 15. Gonna try to take back Egypt. That's what he's thinking. Be a very good territory to capture. 6 stress. A6. A6. 12, A6. Alright. So we see most of the British units move to A6. Threatening Great Germany. Russia, of course, moving to B5. R11. Trying to secure those territories. They should be able to do it with the Air Force. 91 R4. Defending Leningrad. A difficult task. Considering the force advantage. I think he was hoping that those stacks would move out of Leningrad. Did not happen. Going 2 to R5 will probably be cancelled as well, with that giant Air Force staying there. Defend it. Oh, he's thinking about it. It's a very interesting battle. 2 rainbow stacks versus 1 8 stack of artillery. I would think these stacks would be favored, but it's kind of a difficult calculation. Cancelled, I presume. 1 to R5. Looks very weird if he doesn't send the Air Force as well. Maybe he is sending the Air Force as well if he's planning on it. That one might still make sense. It's looking pretty scary. He's thinking about sending 18. He would have air advantage. It's probably in his favor. He even has force advantage. I'd do it if I was him. Well, it's still scary that Leningrad didn't move. 48 R5. Oh yeah, that's definitely in favor. And the tanks in there too. Although they're pinned. It's only one of them can move. Might just cancel that one. Nope, he's gonna move the 1 tank. Alright. $18. 13. A15. Try to secure the C's. Gotta get C line going. A6. 38. 7. Rail to G7. This rail's really paying off for Germany all of a sudden. That reverse threshold, huge deal. Shows you the strength of buying civilian goods. It's the only infinite way to counteract stress. 11 R2. Interesting move. 33. 7. More defense on G7. This is becoming very interesting. That the Britain stacks are threatening to attack France. Alright, where are these American stacks going? A3? A3 is correct. 31 and 42 are moving to A9, so we're really getting America online now. Starting to get this stack efficiency of transporting them across the water. 15 R6. Ooh, 15 R6 is a very nice move because it stops that stack from being obliterated by the 18th. I'd forgotten that America hadn't moved yet. 13 R4. He wants to avoid the air battle. He could do that. He decides he wants the air battle. 35 R2. Not looking so good anymore. Alright. See what we start with here. We're starting with Egypt. Looking interesting. Russian infantry helping out a lot here. Artillery looking good. Land advantage on for the Allies, but air advantage for the Axis. Makes it a very interesting battle. If we could shoot down, if the Allies could shoot down a couple of planes, looks really good. Same time, they desperately want to take the territories, so they're tempted to go ground. I like going air here. 14 dice is significant. Gotta deal with that air force. Ground will be dealt with over time. Axis has an easier decision. With only 2 planes in the air, 17 dice is more than enough. See what happens. 14 versus 17. Ooh, they're thinking about going ground. That's very interesting. With 14 dice, it's a big risk. Full ground. Might secure Egypt if he's fortunate here. Really depends on how much the Allies get to kill the fighters on 14 dice. Alright. How many fighters they get? Start with 1. They decide to go air on the Axis. So his kills don't matter as much now. They're still very important, of course, but they're not going to determine the battle. We only got 1. Axis got both. So far, Axis favored. Looks to be a pretty good roll for the Allies. Not many dice wasted. Yeah, the Axis does. Same, pretty good roll for them as well. Not many dice wasted. But pretty even so far. Difference is the lack of artillery on the Axis means if the battle continues to next round, force advantage will be a big factor. Second black should go on the infantry, and the white will finish off the tank. Not terrible. It's pretty good. It's very important for the Allies that 1 artillery survived, though. It's now they have force advantage. Overall win for the Allies, I say. We just did 815. They're doing right now is Navy dying to Air Force. Potentially, they will be dying to the Air Force. Very fortunate for the Allies that they did not have any land units in there. That would have been a disaster. Germany picking R2. Strat bombing. Will they hit the resources? Looks like they will. The resource was the easy one to hit, of course. Will they hit the bomb tokens? Got one. Nice that rail. Not that Russia can use it anyways. Germany. Dissolving R5. Quite favored for Germany. Very efficient stack with the 1 infantry. Not very many land dice. You're going to see them put their artillery in ground because they have enough Air Force to deal with the American Air Force. Looks like they want the full 30 dice though. They want to make sure this American Air Force dies. This battle is very favored for Germany. America will of course put their infantry in offensive. They should hold the territory with 3 tanks, but it doesn't always happen. It should always happen though on 16 dice. How many planes will they kill? 1 so far. How lucky is America? Much better. 2.5. First 10. How many on the second 10? Another 1. 8. 1.5. 4 planes. Disgusting. There we go. That's a much better roll for Germany. Exactly what they needed. If that didn't happen on that last 10 dice, disaster. First 10. Not looking very good. They missed a lot. No force advantage here, so they should of course kill the 1. Oh, is he gonna misplay? No, he's got it. He's got it. He got it figured out. There's the greens that Germany was looking for. Of course, United States will hold. Overall, pretty even. 1 extra fighter lost for United States. They dealt a lot of damage to the German Air Force back. Very lucky rolls on the 18 dice. Eight, 9. No possible way this goes wrong, but still looking to kill that submarine because he's just causing problems. 2 yellows is what America's looking for. They got it. Alright, submarine's taken care of. Officially, no more German Navy on the map after round 7. I just haven't been very kind to Sure Shot a few of these rounds. Alright. Should be pretty easy to clear here. In theory. Looks decent in practice too. It's gonna be 2 tanks for nothing? 1 tank for nothing. Alright. Pretty satisfied with that as Russia. This one probably be another 1 tank for nothing. Got force advantage on this one. He's tempted to go offensive and try to get the 2. I can understand going for it. I know defensive tends to be the norm with tanks, just by nature, but it feels really good to clear those tanks on this turn. You can get an 18, you're very happy, and with force advantage, you're not scared of losing a tank. 2 greens on 4 dice is not likely. You're feeling pretty safe about it. I say go for it. What's the worst that happens? You lose 1 tank. I mean, absolute worst case, you see 4 greens and lose 2 tanks, but that's what you try and kill the opponent anyways, so it's even. It's a terrible way to look at it. An even trade versus a free kill. But it's true. Opportunity cost of not killing it right away. We officially played this game about 3 hours. Nearing the end of round 7. Well, in the middle of round 7, I should say. It's a very difficult decision. I can understand the conflict. You get free trades if you put them on defensive. Ideally, you get 1 for 0. 1 for an artillery, maybe. You put them on offensive. Sure, you get the sooner trades, but there's the risk that you don't get it. Yeah, 1 for 0 in theory. 1 for 0. 1 for a resource. Free trade. You take the free trade. Would have been correct to go offensive, seeing the dice rolls. Didn't roll a single green, but you can't know that. Hard risk to take. R6 is looking quite favorable for the Allies. We got the nice efficiency of 3 units plus the bombers to fill out the dice. Will you shoot a bomber down magically? Costs a resource, almost gets one. Will he kill any units? Kills an infantry. How many tanks will die? That's 1. That's 2. Will he get the 3rd? That's 3. Very fortunate for the Allies. I think that has a less than 50% chance of happening. So I've heard. Like 45 or something weird like that. That means that the Allies will take back R6. A huge deal. Or were they defending? I can't remember. I think they were defending. So well done by the American Air Force. Knowing to defend R6. Ah, they will take it back. That's a bigger deal. That was captured by Germany before. Giving Russia their much needed resources back. Italy. Same sort of deal. And 1 tank for Russia. Italy's hoping for something here. 3 grains. Does not find it. It was 1 off. Should be a 1 for nothing. That's 1. He gets really lucky, it could be 2. Not quite. 1 and a resource. 1 for nothing. Good trade. Russia stabilized. All of a sudden, things looking bad for Germany again. Sure, they killed the British Navy. That's a big deal. You kill much more of the Navy. All of a sudden, it becomes difficult to get these land stacks over, doesn't it? In fact, will they have an air force to defend A3 next turn? Why not? Germany still stacks to work with, don't get me wrong. But this was an unfortunate turn overall. Stress is piling up. They'll definitely be hitting a threshold. Not 2, but 1. Which means they won't have their rails again. I bet the British are going to land in Denmark next turn. British Canada still has not moved. It has been 7 rounds. I'm not entirely sure if a British player realizes that Canada is in this game. Oh no. German bombers land in G8 along with the fighters. This is the part in the game where the options start dwindling. All of a sudden, Germany is getting fewer and fewer stacks with fewer and fewer options. These stacks will be cleaned up in no time. Russia, coming back from not being able to produce basically anything. Even threatening Ukraine if they want to. Italy's still relevant. I'd like to see Italy take Gibraltar very soon. Egypt, still very interesting. Without the Air Force, maybe Germany, Italy can hold it. In fact, they probably can. Force advantage is a problem, though. Finishing up the deployment of new units here. I don't have stress. It's a scary United States stack. Eight stack of air units. Huge problem. As Germany really hasn't dealt with the previous stack. The 7 stack of bombers is still present. They dealt with the fighters finally. Those bombers, they're scary. You have to predict where they're going in order to catch them. If you can catch them, they're in good shape. You actually have to catch them. Difficult task. They might even go someplace where you can't catch them, such as R12, if they want to secure that. Overall, whether it be because of a few unfortunate turns versus Russia dice, or whether it be because of too slow, all of a sudden, despite having terrible stress and pressure on them at the start of the first couple turns, Russia and Britain have both stabilized. It's a big problem for Germany. Because all of a sudden, Germany's not stabilized. They're taking a lot of stress. Look at all those tanks that died this round. Ridiculous. 3 stress. Britain will threshold. United States have taken 1 stress the entire game. Oh, that's hilarious. Not actually. They removed 1 before. Britain's in orange now. But no, neither of these countries are anywhere near out of the game. They don't actually need those movement orders at this point. Well, Russia probably still does. I suppose. Well, oh no. I take it back. Russia has 9 movement orders normally in this scenario, so 6 is okay. I mean, they only have like 6 stacks on board, don't they? That's not moving. That's not moving. That's not moving. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, that's fine. This one's not moving. Britain. This isn't moving. This probably isn't moving. This should be moving. That's 1, 2, 3. Britain is the problem because 3 isn't enough. So that's actually a big deal that Britain finally got here. I would have liked to see them get there about 5 turns ago. If I was Germany. Russia production. Feeling okay now. They could produce 2 armor this turn. That's significant. Russia production all of a sudden looking comparable to Italy production. Considering where they were coming from, that's really good. Germany iron still lacking. Norway, Finland. Taking those over the long span has ruined a lot for Germany. Lack of iron really costing them. Nowhere near getting their rails back. With rails, they can maybe do things here, but without rails, it's looking real dicey. Last 50 seconds or so. Design production. And a couple of reorgs here as I think about production. This could sound like a weird play, but I wouldn't mind seeing Russia 94 to M4 next turn. Threatening Bulgaria, Romania. It's not likely Germany puts anything within range to defend that without rails that can't. Could even potentially start producing things in there if things go really bad. Because this has to stay here and this has to go over here, so It's actually a big threat. Italy, rainbow stack. Britain, fighters, civilian goods. Russia, 2 tanks as expected. Germany, nice tall stack. United States, nice tall stack, and a bit more Air Force. All around pretty balanced. Ah, Sure Shot has anticipated my plan. He did. I halfway joke about it. I think the actual logic here is that he doesn't want to put it in France and everything else was in range of the bomber. But Russia to M4 is no longer a valid play because Bulgaria Romania will be defended next turn. It's hilarious. It just happened to be the place that was available for that wasn't going to be strat bombed. All right, going into round 8. I wonder what time they have to call it quits. Lots of resources for Germany. Holy cow. So much OSR always. Alright, Germany is going to start suffering if Russia gets to take these guys back. There's lots of difficult decisions here still. You know, you'd think after round 8 things would start getting more simple, but they've been playing it really well. Lots of difficult decisions, even at round 8 here. That American bomber stack. I think the key here is going to be for Germany to catch that. It's a big problem. It's been a big problem for several turns now, and he still hasn't caught it. It's just been in all the places that he hasn't been. He has to catch it. I'm tunnel visioning. That's okay. Russia resources. All of a sudden looking okay. Will Egypt fall? 1 tank, 4 infantry. It's possible that falls. But scary. No Air Force to support it. If Germany and Italy can win this battle, then all of a sudden they can take this stuff back. And they can take Africa. That's very hard to do. They really can't commit any more there. At least not this turn. I'll probably be taking Gibraltar here soon. 2 infantry on Italy should be able to go to Gibraltar. Hmm. 4 minutes left. There's my camera angles to reset again. Let's reset those. Keep doing that to me. So much armor left on Russia. The efficiency stacks really pulled some weight for him. Here's an interesting thought. Russia to t5. Britain to t5. It's not gonna last, but no, it'd be Russia to t5. They'd have to split it. It's 5. Yeah, they'd have to split it. It'd be too telegraphed. What's interesting? Just a thought I had. I don't think it's correct, but it's interesting. Where's this America stack going? America Air Force has to get here now. 12 has to go to A6. 12 has to go to A3, excuse me. Wherever the America stacks are going. That'd be either A3 or A7. Or A14. If you want to get spicy. Looks like some nations are finishing up their movements here. It's very interesting to watch this game. Europe, I've only played once, I think. I wouldn't call that a real game. It was with one relatively inexperienced player. Now, I was relatively experienced at the time, and so was the other. We did with 3. In that instance, Germany took Great Britain on turn 2. Classic C line. I offered to concede after that, and Germany did not take it. German land forces ended up being stuck on B1. As a result, the Germans conceded around round 6. All of a sudden, I was starting in Greater Germany before they could take Moscow. Germany 2-bid, Italy 2-bid, USA 1-bid. I've noticed with Sure Shot, he likes to bid the same amounts on all of his nations. Even if it doesn't make sense for a nation to necessarily go at the same time. And so I'm curious about Italy going last. I'm wondering what Italy last accomplishes. Americans landing Karelia. 15 goes to G1. Wow. Good luck to the Germany to try to predict that. I like that move, 15 to G1. America better have defended A3. Otherwise, this could be a disaster. I forgot the American Navy still existed. Oh boy. '73 A13 was invalid. Should have been A12. A12 would have been pretty strong. Like they're gonna be harsh about it. Denmark. I kind of expected Denmark. Oh no. Americans did not defend A3. Oh, if Germany hard read it, this could be a disaster. This could be an absolute disaster. This is exactly what Germany's looking for. If they sent one plane to A3, it's over. That's a disaster. Be an absolute disaster. It's actually a giant throw. Because if I was Germany, I would have been planning to send all these planes there anyways. That's what I would have been doing. Exactly what I would have planned. Because I would have planned for them to put their navy there. I would have planned for the battleship to be there. I'd be like, I want to kill that battleship. Might not have gotten it, but you gotta try for it. Or I'd want to kill the British Air Force because I have a good opportunity to do so in that situation. All of a sudden, A3, completely undefended, 2 giant land stacks. Did Germany take it? Russia did go to T5. I saw that one. Didn't quite agree with it, but I saw it. Does anything go at A3? Nothing to A3. Did Germany go to A3? To be determined. We see a defense on G3, the M3, M1, threatening Gibraltar, B5. G2, G2, trying to defend it. We'll see if it actually ends up happening. 37 is probably moving to G2. Does anything go to A3? Anything. 13 to A3, here it comes. I would have done it in a heartbeat. Moment of truth. And making sure they're all in the correct territory here. So that the mod doesn't glitch out while trying to do the combat. A3? Nothing to A3. Oh, missed opportunity. That would have been so good. Instead, he just tries to defend G2. Oh, that would have been amazing. That would have been amazing. Game-winning play. Play of the game if we would have gotten that. Missed. Oh, that would have been so good. I mean, he'll defend G2. So well done there. But such a big missed opportunity. That really would have swung this game. All of a sudden, it's basically a full-on restart. America's 3 turns behind again because they misplayed on A12 instead of A13 instead of A12. And then America takes a big amount of stress. Russia's still suffering. They're not out of it. They've stabilized, but they're still in trouble. Oh, that would have been the game-winning play. Because they're stabilizing in Egypt now. Point 2. G6. It's unnecessary. G6. All the plays were defensive. Missed out. R6 for free. Alright. There we go. He got one. The big one to take. Unfortunate for Russia that this just left it open. 12T5. Might actually defend that. Oh, it's such a big deal. If Germany had just attacked A3 with anything. He threw too much at Denmark. That was the priority, apparently. I think maybe he expected the bombers to attack Denmark. That's what he was expecting. Well, here we go. Big resource lost here on G1. Big losses here. Lost all the resources possible. How many bomb tokens will we get? None there. There's another one. These hurt. These hurt. Oh, I still sail. A lot of infrastructure destroyed on G1. All of a sudden, G1 is not worth anything. Almost. What's this? This is B5? Egypt? They're not going to take it. They needed those Russian. And everything's dead. Germany will hold B5. Big deal for them. G2, Denmark. This is what Sure has secured instead of A3. A3 was much more important, unfortunately for them. I think they were expecting the bombers to go to Denmark. That has to be it. I would have considered it too. It was a fair thing to consider. Not sure what that was about. Oh. Sure shot wrote an illegal order. 12 to T5 was illegal. T5 won't actually happen. Knew something seemed weird about that. Because I hadn't considered the fighters defending in my analysis. How many aircraft will they get? It's an amount. 1.5. 7 more dice. Ooh, you hate to see it. Only half. And that's 3. That's pretty good. Only 2. That's unfortunate. More dice for Germany, but more hits for Allies. Good start for the Allies there. Kind of tank. It's so unfortunate for Germany knowing that you took this battle instead of A3. And all of a sudden, still favored towards the Allies. Actually throw everything at it. A real shame. They didn't take it, but they're embattling it. Still holding force advantage too. Help them out there with a little bit of instability. R5. R5, force advantage, allies. going on there? I think they thought a glitch happened with Egypt, but then they realized something was off. It's an interesting one. Artillery advantage to Germany, but doesn't matter as much. Ooh, look at those greens. Those are some nice greens. Holy cow, double kill in the armor on 10 days. Disgusting. Holy cow. Decent rolling response, but you know, it could kill an armor, so it's not gonna be enough. It's gonna be armor versus artillery. Armor versus armor. Nothing happens, of course. They're just gonna stalemate there for the rest of their lives. R7. Obviously favored towards Russia. Russia sacrificed R6 for this, so it feels bad. It's unnecessary. Not that they could have predicted that Germany would just waltz in, but something you gotta keep in mind. Oh, I don't agree with the offensive here. That's wrong. That can't be right. You're going to lose so many infantry off of that. I think fatigue is starting to set in here. Yeah, it wasn't necessary. Easily eliminated them in the first 10. Punished for it. Lost an infantry. Only one infantry, of course. One resource. So it's not like it actually matters. It's only one infantry punishment, but I don't like it. Alright, we see R11. R11. This should be a 1-for-0 very easily. Will Germany attempt to hold on 17 days? They will not. They're going to try to roll the magic 3 on 4. Might have been a 1-for-0. They got it! That's what they needed. They prevent the capture. They'll delay it for a turn. R12. A big deal that they kept that. I mean, what was that? That was R11. That's worth 2 OSR. And delaying the stress for a turn is significant. Same issue here. It's going to be looking for the magic 3. Could have survived in both those cases. Doesn't get the magic 3 this time. That was 1-for-0. Okay, good. Russia will just take it. I'm not sure how I feel about that. I understand it. I didn't know how I felt about it as I looked at the move. It's interesting. I think at this point Germany's in big trouble. Had they moved to A3, they would have been fine. But without A3, it's a huge disaster. would have been a huge throw by America. Not defending A3 and not getting to move their 73rd. Very intense game. We're reaching hour 4 now. Thinking about landing his Russian Air Force in R9. R9 is a very weird choice, and assuming that would basically automatically telegraph he goes to Middle East. Which defends R16, but at what cost? You can already do that if you really want to. Oh, those American Air Force stacks are a huge problem at this point. I think Germany's locked out of the game. No more production for them, honestly. They don't have the Air Force to defend it. 10 bombers staring down Germany. I think they'll call it soon. I mean, heck, this is threatening Germany. There is a world. No, there isn't. What's going to happen is the land stacks and A3 are now going to move into A6. And then they're going to threaten Russia G1. Or, excuse me, France and G1. G1 being the obvious pick. At which point, which of course is defended by the 16th. Actually defended by the 15th. It really depends on where the German production goes. Which of course goes in G1. So defended by the 15th. Not a significant air force to defend it because it died in G2. And then immediately after, they strap bomb France and G1. Whichever one has production, France will have it. So you strap bomb France. Fighters kill whatever's sitting in there, if there's anything. And big problems. Germany loses. What has to happen is these German stacks have to retreat, which means these Russian and American stacks will get to move forward and take Belarus and Baltic and Ukraine. Not Ukraine this turn, but you get the point. Bad things start happening. Germany has lost control of this game. German and Italy Air Force in Africa are not accomplishing anything anymore. Which is a real shame. What's stress looking like? I'm afraid to look. Well, it's not as bad as I expected. Italy is suffering real bad. They're at 9. They're going to double threshold. Russia's suffering because they threw away the Caucasus. Other than that, not bad. Italy going down. It's the big problem, though.
Hey, it's getting a little late, so we decided to call it for the night.
All right. Are we calling the game too? Or are you going to continue?
Continue it or not? It's been. I'm not sure. It's been an interesting game. Yeah, it's been an interesting game, so we might continue. I'm not sure.
Definitely went back and forth there, but with the A3 stack staring you down, I imagine it's lethal in 2 turns for the Allies. Almost. Or at the very least, at a point where Germany is completely out of, has complete loss control. But I don't know. That's just my analysis. You might disagree.
No, I agree with you. I do think that the Axes are losing right now pretty badly. The two stacks in A3, I did not expect him to move them in unescorted. And boy, do I regret not having sent one of my fighter stacks up there, and I almost did.
Same.
Had I done that and sunk those two land stacks, that would make this game actually very close, or at least closer. But even without those two land stacks, I think the Allies might have the advantage.
Right.
So
I'd say allies have
Britain and
advantage without
Russia,
those. Yeah.
but
But yeah, the couple turns in Russia was really your downfall with the crazy Russia dice in R5 and R1, in my opinion.
yeah, and I considered trying to do a Sea Lion. There was one turn where I was tempted, although they had so many ships. All they had to do was move a ship to A6, and it would have blocked me. There was one turn where I almost did it, and they didn't move a ship into A6, so I was kind of kicking myself. But then they built 3 tanks the next turn, and that means I have less than a 50% chance of taking it. So Sea Lion wasn't all that viable this game. There was one turn where it was almost a thing I could do. I got stalled in Russia. I mean, I don't know that the game is over because Russia and Britain. I mean, mostly Britain. Like I see a lot of areas where I can probably get Britain into economic collapse.
You're right. I'm just scared of the America stacks because I feel like you can't produce this turn really. In terms of they're just going to deny it. With the 10 bombers staring you down. So I look at that and I say, well, the 2 stacks in A3 are much bigger than whatever can reach G1 slash G3 in the next 2 turns. And whatever it does has abandoned Russia, and therefore you lose G7, G6, G8, and therefore it's a losing play anyway. So it just all feels really bad right now. In other words, you know,
Yeah, no, I agree.
I'd have to I'd essentially have to imagine America completely throws the game, which they basically almost did with that A3 move. So you know it's possible, but it's a throw if it happens.
Yeah, I mean, one thing though, I do have G3 as a relatively safe build zone. I mean, he can only hit it with 3 bombers.
Right.
You get a good amount of anti-air dice. Excuse me, he can hit it with 4 bombers, which isn't great, but odds are 1 bomber gets through if I can get up to 30 anti-air dice, which I'm pretty close to that. I see 18, 24, 25, 28. Even without railing anything back, I've got 28 anti-air dice. So, you know, it's not that bad yet, but it's going to be very bad very soon. So, yeah,
Right.
I basically have to trigger Britain next turn and hope they don't recognize that that's coming and
Right.
they don't build a bunch of consumer goods. If I can trigger Britain,
It's possible.
then I might be in okay shape. And also, Russia taking Libya, I don't know if that was such a good move.
I thought about it. I didn't like it. Yeah, I agree. I saw it as I was thinking about Russian moves, and I was like, you know, I don't like it. Egypt's more important. I agree with you there. Yeah, it was interesting. Did Britain realize that Canada was in the game? It's a fair question.
Yeah, that's a good question. I mean, he might have forgotten about it. There were a couple turns where he didn't write all of his orders,
Quite a few.
and so maybe he just forgot.
There were quite a few turns where it was like, oh, Britain only wrote 3 orders. So interesting. I was wondering, did he run out of time? Did he forget that Canada was in the game? You know, there's also the South Africa stack just kind of staying there, but it was interesting. I mean, he didn't really get punished for it. I mean, Great Britain was able to produce for once. That was it was he wasn't punished for it, but I just found it interesting. I was wondering if he didn't know the scenario too well and just didn't realize that that was a part of the map.
Yeah, I guess he just forgot. But at this point, Russia's got so many medals. I mean, I've got big problems trying
Yeah,
to get them to trigger. So I'm pretty sure this game is over and the Allies have it. But it's interesting that this mid to end game, and I definitely continue playing a few more turns if we have an opportunity to. And of course, playing the speed game is pretty tough. Trying to look at everything and think of everything in only 6 minutes, especially writing 15 orders for two nations was pretty
right.
challenging, but very fun.
Oh yeah, yeah. I can imagine. Yeah, you're doing pretty well with it in terms of efficiency stacks and all that. Figuring out all that in such a short amount of time, but yeah, things fell apart in our five all of a sudden. I was actually really shocked. I was like, oh yeah, Russia's suffering, and then all of a sudden, oh, they're just going to roll all yellows. Okay. What happened there? I think there was a roll where it's
Not
like
doing a good job defending.
they rolled something like 7 yellows. And it was like and a black, and it was like what?
Yeah, but they also had a very effective defense. They had some good moves there, and there were there were good moves and bad moves on both sides, but very fun game.
Oh
Hey,
yeah,
thanks for streaming this. By the way, this is the first time that we've streamed a game of War Room that I'm aware of, and at least our group.
probably.
I look forward to watching some of the video.
Yeah, I'm going to call it for the purposes of the stream to be a victory for the Allies. But feel free to continue, of course. I don't. You can let me know if America throws. Apparently I can see that that's possible, unless it was just a absolute big brain move of just not defending it because they anticipated that you would anticipate that they would make such a bad move. Big brain, bad move played. The classic.
Well,
uh,
I almost sent a couple fighters up there just in case, but I was looking at how I was, everything I had to defend, and I was like, I bet they're going to take G3, G2 to
right,
mark and try to get an American air base, and then I can't ever build anything again if that tall American staff gets in there. So I wrote contingency orders to defend G1 and G2 and G3.
right,
Sure, they couldn't get an air base because that's definitely game over at that point.
right,
And I considered sending two planes up to A3 and decided I was sure that I defended those three core territories, but of course I regret that.
right. It was a real shame because the planes kind of just died in G2 anyways, so it's real big shame. Very unfortunate battle all around.
All right, well, very good. I'm going to sign off here.
All right.
Thanks again for streaming it and for the commentary, and have a good night.